distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Media Foundation for West Africa, I would like to welcome all of us to this regional conference on press freedom and democratic governance in West Africa. This morning, essentially, we want to be able to deliberate on two most fundamental, human rights, as so considered, freedom of expression and also press freedom. And yet these two, currently as we speak in our region, are under attack. And I'm sure that if you work in the space that we work in, and you've been following what is going on with all the challenges with the democratic recession, you probably might have experienced or encountered an evidence or two about what is happening in the region currently. So essentially, we have gathered to be able to deliberate on the issues and see what recommendations we can provide. I'm sure that we've been making a lot of recommendations maybe in the last 3 to 4 years, but activism needs to continue, because at this point, that's also what we have as one of our biggest tools and weapons as civil society organizations. So we are happy to have in the room quite a number of institutions joining us for these conversations. Those who have had to travel from Sierra Leone, from Liberia. We have representatives from, of course, there is a team from Accra as well, and quite a number of colleagues also joining us here from Nigeria. Let me just acknowledge the presence of the International Press Center here, which is our national partner here in Nigeria. We are honored to be doing this with them, and they are also fully represented in the room. And to acknowledge the presence of the Media Rights Agenda, MRC, we also have Budget. We have the CCDA, Paradigm Initiative is also here with us. We have the SR Media Group, Craft Nation Media. We also have Senozo, Amnesty International, Seed Initiative. We have the Media Reform Coordinating Group joining us all the way from Sierra Leone. That's our national partner in Sierra Leone. Africtive is also joining us from Senegal. We have WACHSIC, a member of WACHSIC also joining us. And then we have FOSDA from Accra here. I think that as and when I get more organizations in the room, we would acknowledge them as we go along. We are streaming this conference live on Facebook because it is a conversation that we think should reach more than the number of people, the people in this room. And so we are streaming live on MFWA's Facebook page. And we would also have one of our panelists joining us virtually as we go along. If you look at the agenda, we are running from now till about afternoon. We would use today to also launch a publication that we have produced, and we as MFWA, looking at the state of press freedom and freedom of expression in West Africa. We will share key findings from that report, and then we would convene a panel where we discuss some of the contextual issues that we are dealing with and how the report also reflects some of these issues. So it's going to be a very interactive conference, and we encourage everyone to, as much as possible, please feel free to make your contributions as much as possible. There is interpretation service going on, and so at any point in time, if whoever is speaking is doing English, please, you're encouraged to wear your headset so you can fully understand what they are saying, because our interpreters are at the back also doing their job, and then the other way around as well. So nobody gets lost in translation or interpretation as we go along. So you're all very much welcome once again, but as is customary, I'd like to invite the head of the Media Foundation for West Africa, who would give us the most appropriate welcome in his remarks. A round of applause for Mr. Suleiman Abraima as he comes up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abigail. It's a great pleasure to see all of you here, from our friends from Liberia, Sierra Leone, Senegal, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, of course, our host country, Nigeria, and our colleagues from Ghana and the other countries. I think we decided to make this conversation as frank and as interactive as possible, and so we try to avoid a lot of the protocols, because sometimes the protocols are the kinds of things that constrain us in terms of how explicit we want to have our conversations and how direct and frank we want to speak to each other. And so that is the reason why we have, as much as possible, tried to avoid the kind of participation that sometimes will introduce some of the long and large. Distinguished friends, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by saying good morning to all of you. It's my greatest honor and privilege to welcome you to this important regional conference on press freedom and democratic governance in West Africa. For many years, as we all do know, West Africa was regarded as the leading light when it comes to democracy, good governance, press freedom on the continent, even as we were still struggling to ensure that we do the best that we can. During the period, military regimes had given way to constitutional regimes, multi-party elections had literally become the norm in our region. Almost every country was holding elections, and independent and growing civil society, we were witnessing them. And then, of course, we also started seeing the growth and expansion of independent media outlets across our many countries in the region. Over time, there was a sense that despite the challenges that we have, democratic governance was gradually taking root in our region. Unfortunately, today, that optimism that we once had is gradually eroding. Sadly, as we know, military coups have returned. We currently have military leaders in Guinea-Bissau, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. And then also, we are seeing the constitutional safeguards that were being built come under significant pressure. Civic spaces are shrinking, and political intolerance is growing. We are also seeing arrest, assault, detention, and other forms of abuse against journalists, which have become quite rampant. And whilst these are happening, many more journalists are also forced to leave their countries, basically for doing their job. We are also seeing a pattern of shutdown of media houses, which have become common, and critical voices are constantly under attack. In 2024 and 2025 alone, the MFWA recorded over 200 press freedom violations across West Africa, and the pattern continues into 2026. These incidents of violations were not confined to just countries that are under military rule. These are developments happening across our countries, even in societies or territories that are governed by elected governments. In Benin, for example, only one regulatory action resulted in the revocation of the press cards of about 130 journalists. And the same regulatory action led to the suspension of about 8 media outlets. And that's Benin. It's not Burkina, it's not Mali, it's not Niger, it's Benin. Across the region also, perhaps, as I did indicate, one of the most disturbing issues has been the growth of journalists in exile, particularly among journalists from the Sahelian countries. Journalists are leaving their home countries because investigations have made them unwanted in their own motherlands, and some find themselves in foreign countries without legal status or institutional protection. Across the region, the method used by authorities to stifle media freedom may differ from one country to the other, but the objective increasingly remains familiar, and that is governments seeking to control the narrative, discourage scrutiny, and make criticism very costly. This conference is therefore being held at a time when democratic governance and the values that should guide democratic governance across our region are being reversed before our very own eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, there is another disturbing dimension of the challenge. Increasingly, repression is not always carried out with guns, batons, and getting people into prisons. Sometimes, and often these days, it comes dressed in the respectable language of law and regulation. In our many countries, we are witnessing an alarming abuse of cyber laws, criminal defamation provisions, false publication laws, and national security and public order laws. The MFWA's research into legal obstacles to freedom has found a common pattern. Many of the laws contain broad and very ambiguous provisions that allow selective enforcement against journalists, activists, and dissenting voices. We need to remind our governments and leaders that legality alone does not make repression democratic. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, there's also the legitimate problem of misinformation, disinformation, hate speech, and irresponsible journalism and abuse of social media these days. But the answer to bad speech cannot be destruction of free speech. And the answer to irresponsible journalism cannot be imprisonment of journalists, attacks on journalists, or the other forms of abuses that we continue to witness. And certainly, the answer to disinformation cannot be government control of information. Indeed, repression may actually worsen the disinformation disorder or the information disorder that we are trying to address. So what we need is a holistic approach to dealing with the information disorder confronting us today. History indeed teaches us that democratic collapse usually happens slowly. We are seeing institutions weaken gradually. We are seeing tolerance for criticism diminishing gradually. We are seeing independent voices gradually disappearing. We are seeing citizens become more afraid to speak up. And this is how democracy dies. And ours appears to be, at this time, as some people would say, in an intensive care unit. And what we have to do to save it must be done. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this conference must therefore be more than just another gathering where we diagnose problems that we already know about or understand. And as I said from the beginning, that is why we have tried to say, let us make it such that people can speak up frankly. People can speak up boldly. Let's avoid the tall list of protocols and all of that. At this conference, I think we need to ask some of the tough questions and try to find answers to them. For example, how do we make attacks on journalists costly for perpetrators? How do we ensure that security agencies understand that journalists are not enemies of the state? How do we challenge laws that criminalize legitimate expression? How do we support regional institutions such as ECOWAS to respond more decisively when member states violate fundamental rights and freedoms? How do we support journalists who are threatened, prosecuted, or forced into exile? And more importantly, how do we ensure that journalists themselves build public trust through professionalism, accuracy, fairness, and accountability? And this is important because we cannot demand accountability from governments while resisting accountability within our own profession as journalists. We need to remind our leaders that the true test of democratic leadership is not how leaders respond to praise. It is how they respond to scrutiny. For those of us in the media and civil society, certainly silence cannot be our response to repression. And for our governments, we need to remind them that intimidation cannot be the response to criticism. May this conference be remembered not simply for the speeches that we make, but for the commitments we made or we make here and the actions that would follow after our deliberations here. I want to once again thank you for making the time to be with us this morning, and I hope that we would have a very frank, open, and very fruitful deliberations in the course of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Suleimana Brahima, Executive Director, Media Foundation for West Africa. I think that his remarks have indeed set the context for the discussion with the number of cases that he cited and some of the evidence that he also alluded to. Even the point about our democracy being intensive care unit, it's something that we should really be concerned about. And the questions about how do we, emphasizing a collective responsibility, and that's why we are all in this room today. So thank you once again, Suleimana. We'll take solidarity messages from some institutions who we know are also in this space and are doing some work around freedom of expression. And as I mentioned earlier, this event is being organized in partnership with the International Press Center, our national partner here in Nigeria. I'd like to invite Ms. Stella Nofia, Program Manager of IPC, to give us their remarks. Please, let's put our hands together for her as she comes up.
Thank you, Abigail, and good morning to everyone. I bring greetings from Mr. Lanre Arugundade, the Director of International Press Center, who is unavoidably absent from this program. Therefore, on behalf of Mr. Lanre Arugundade, Executive Director of International Press Center, I extend warm solidarity greetings and heartfelt welcome to this historic regional conference on press freedom and democratic governance in West Africa, convened by our esteemed Media Foundation for West Africa. This gathering is not only a meeting of minds, but also the confirmation of economic constraints and threats to safety to undermine the ability of the press to function freely and independently. We acknowledge and commend MFWA for its vision and leadership in convening this timely and we acknowledge and commend MFWA for this vision and leadership in convening this timely forum. Policymakers, media owners, civil society organizations, regional institutions, and development partners. The MFWA has a platform for dialogue. Sorry, this mic is. So I'll take it from where I stopped. This conference also provides the opportunity to launch the important report on the state of press freedom in the Sahel and Guinea, which offers an evidence-based assessment of legal traps, political influence over media regulatory bodies, occupational accountability gaps, and gender vulnerabilities affecting media freedom in these countries. As partners, IPC stands shoulder to shoulder with MFWA in struggle to protect journalists, combat impunity, strengthen democratic governance, and we believe that through dialogue, shared experiences, and regional cooperation, we can develop actionable strategies that will safeguard freedom of expression and ensure that media continues to play its indispensable role in promoting civic participation, exposing corruption, and facilitating informed public discourse. We are honored to welcome participants from across Africa, including journalists, editors, press unions, civil society organizations, the academia, regional institutions, and international experts. Your presence here demonstrates the collective resolve to defend press freedom and to build resilient media institutions capable of withstanding political participation, disinformation, and threats to journalist safety. In the spirit of Nigerians' diversity, let me greet you in our major languages. Sanu Deswa, which means welcome in Hausa. No, which means welcome in Igbo language. Ekabo, which means welcome in Yoruba language. Together, let us use this conference to generate a communique of actionable recommendations, strengthen policy and institutional frameworks, and chart a regional roadmap for press freedom and democratic governance. Let us live here with renewed courage, solidarity, and commitment to cause of a free, independent, and professional press in West Africa. May our deliberations today inspire not only hope for all, but also concrete steps towards building societies where journalists can walk without fear, where truth can flourish, and where democracy can be deepened through the power of information. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Madam Stella Nwofia, Program Manager with International Press Center, our national partner here in Nigeria. At this point, I also like to invite Mr. Isine Ibanga, Board Member for the Whistleblowers, Activist, and Journalist Safety International Center, WACHSIC. Please welcome him as he comes.
Thank you. Distinguished leaders of the Media Foundation for West Africa, colleagues, partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I bring you solidarity from our founder and chairman, Anas, the board and all of us who believe that democracy cannot breathe without truth in free media. For nearly 30 years, the Media Foundation for West Africa has chosen the harder path. Through the Fourth Estate and other interventions, you've proved investigative journalism delivers public good, recovering resources, safety, and the push for greater gender equity and equity strategy for our media. You must also recognize your work on the front line in the Sahel, in Burkina Faso, in Mali, in the Niger Republic. You have trained journalists on safety and conflict reporting. You've defended community radio, which is often the only lifeline for truth. In crisis, you kept the microphones on. Thank you, Media Foundation for West Africa. As the host of the AFEC Secretariat and convener of West Africa Network of Investigative Journalists, you've shown us that press freedom has no borders. Today, I honor one of our own, Mohib Said. Mohib served diligently on the board of WASJIG, Whistleblowers, Activists and Journalists Safety International Center, until the very last day on earth. We were having a board meeting on that day that Anas couldn't attend the board meeting, and I was leading the board. And Anas should not have been away from that meeting. We finally discovered that Anas was at the bedside where Mohib was struggling for his life and finally passed on. It was indeed a very sad moment for all of us, and something we would not recover in a long while. With quiet wisdom, that man served both the Media Foundation for West Africa and WASJIG. We lost him, but the example and the services he rendered when he was with us lives with us, and we'll continue to cherish that. The Media Foundation for West Africa, thank you for standing with journalists in Accra, in Abuja, in Cotonou, in Lomé, Freetown, and across West Africa and the Sahel region where it is most dangerous. You do not stand alone. WASJIG is with you. May your work continue to be a light and to inspire other groups and organizations, inspire our journalists, whistleblowers, and activists to do more, not just for their countries, but for the West African region, and to make the Sahel safe. And may we have the courage to keep speaking, investigating, and defending the truth, no matter what. WASJIG will continue to partner with you to push for freedom of truth, freedom of the press, and for individual liberties. Thank you, and God bless you.
Wow, I consider it a sobering tribute to the Media Foundation for West Africa. Thank you very much. We really appreciate that. And let me also let you know that the MFWA turns 30 years next year. And so thank you also for being the community that has stood with the organization all these years. And we are glad. I'm happy Suleimana is in the room. And Sule, at least you heard the tribute. Okay, thank you very much. It's important when you work and you hear a tribute and your executive director is in the room. You see, it can do a lot of things to you as a staff. It can impact your salary. It can impact so many other things. So, yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Ibanga, board member of WASJIG, for your remarks. We would also like to invite from the West Africa Democracy Solidarity Network, WADEMOS, Ms. Marianne Josiane, to give us her remarks. Please, let's welcome her with applause as she comes.
Thank you very much, Abigail. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here as I convey greetings from Wadimos Project Director, Professor Kwesi Prempeh, and Regional Coordinator, Paul Oseko-Four. Distinguished guests, colleagues, partners, members of the media and civil society, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the West Africa Democracy Solidarity Network, Wadimos, I am honored to convey our warm greetings and solidarity to the organizers, participants, and partners gathered for this important regional conference on press freedom and democratic governance in West Africa. We commend the Media Foundation for West Africa for convening, and its partners for convening this platform at a moment when the protection of press freedom, freedom of expression, and access to reliable information remains central to the resilience of democratic governance in our region. It's important to mention that since Wadimos' inauguration in 2022, Media Foundation for West Africa has been a core partner and also a member of its steering committee. The theme of this conference speaks directly to a fundamental reality that democracy cannot thrive where citizens are denied the information they need to participate meaningfully in public life. Therefore, a free, independent, and responsible media is not simply a pillar of democracy, it's also an essential safeguard to accountability, civic participation, and the protection of fundamental freedom. Wadimos particularly welcomes the opportunity to reflect collectively on the state determinants, dynamics, and future of media and free expression rights in the Sahel, as well as on the practical implementation of the recommendations emerging from the report. As a regional network committed to strengthening democratic values, civic participation across West Africa, Wadimos stands in solidarity with all those working to defend the civic space and protect the rights of journalists, media practitioners, whistleblowers, activists, and citizens. We believe that protecting those who inform society and expose wrongdoing is inseparable from strengthening democratic institutions and building accountable and inclusive societies. We have been at the forefront of safeguarding the democratic norms and value in the region, particularly in the Sahel. And we recognize that the challenges facing press freedom in West Africa require collective and sustained action. Beyond identifying constraints, we must strengthen regional cooperation, support effective advocacy, promote the safety of media and civic actors, and ensure that commitment to freedom of expression are reflected in practice. This call for a stronger partnership among civil society, media organizations, democratic institutions, and other relevant stakeholders. Wadimos therefore welcomes the conference as an opportunity not only for dialogue, but also for solidarity, learning, and action. We encourage all participants to use the discussions and working sessions to develop practical, realistic, and coordinated responses that can contribute to a more enabling environment for press freedom and democratic governance across the region. We should continue to stand together in defense of democracy, of the right to inform and be informed, the freedom to speak and participate, and the democratic institutions and civic spaces that allow West African citizens to shape the future of their societies. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank Media Foundation for West Africa for its work so far, and we reaffirm our commitment to working alongside partners and stakeholders in advancing these shared objectives. We wish the conference fruitful deliberations and look forward to the concrete actions and partnerships that will emerge from this important gathering. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marian, representing the West Africa Democracy Solidarity Network, Wadimos. So we've been hearing about truth, access to information, independent journalism, free media, and all of that. Now we want to hear about the freedom to inform, the power to transform, which is also the role of a free media and independent media. These are almost like the adjectives that we need if the media is supposed to be as vibrant as we expect it to be in advancing democratic governance in West Africa. We are honored this morning to have as our keynote speaker Mr. Hamidou Tidiane Sy. He is the director of EGICOM and the founder of award-winning news media outlet Westav News, based in Dakar, Senegal. He's a long-time judge of the West Africa Media Excellence Conference and Awards. We are always honored to have him serve on the jury. And then he's also a former board member of the West Africa Democracy Radio, also based in Dakar, Senegal. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome with a round of applause our keynote speaker this morning, Mr. Hamidou Tidiane Sy, as he comes up. Hamidou Tidiane Sy.
Don't forget to tell me if I speak too much. Good morning, everyone. For my Anglophone friends, you'll have to suffer a little bit because you'll have to listen French, and I just wish some of the devices won't work so that you make the effort of really listening to me in French. I've been asked by my friend Suleimana to deliver this keynote speech. I feel very honored, and I really say thank you to the foundation for associating me to this event and to many other events that they organize regularly. So thank you very much, and I'm going to turn to French for my speech. Mesdames et messieurs, distingués invités, chers confrères, chers consoeurs. Tout d'abord, permettez-moi de remercier la Fondation des médias d'Afrique de l'Ouest et son directeur, mon frère et ami Suleimana, de me donner cette belle opportunité de parler d'un problème qui nous tient tous à cœur. On l'a déjà entendu dans les discours de ce matin. Chacun dans cette salle est concerné par cette thématique. Je ne vais probablement pas vous apprendre grand-chose en disant ce que je vais dire, mais il est utile d'insister là-dessus. Il est des libertés que l'on célèbre dans les discours et que l'on oublie, presque silencieusement, sournoisement, dans la réalité. La liberté d'expression, la liberté de presse en font partie. Il me plaît donc aujourd'hui de vous entretenir de ce que j'ai intitulé « Promesses proclamées et brutalité des faits ». La liberté d'expression, la liberté de presse sont inscrits presque partout dans nos institutions. Elles habitent nos institutions, nos chartes, nos déclarations. Allez lire nos constitutions de chacun de nos pays. Si on s'en tenait qu'à cela, je crois, on pourrait tous exercer notre métier. Nous pourrions tous, en tant que citoyens, nous exprimer de la manière la plus libre qu'il soit et être protégés par nos constitutions. Malheureusement, ce n'est pas le cas. Beaucoup de promesses, mais lorsque la liberté de presse ou lorsque la liberté d'expression devient exigeante, elle n'est plus bienvenue dans les salles. Lorsqu'elle éclaire les endroits que certains préféraient laisser dans l'ombre, elle se retrouve souvent très seule, très fragile est très exposée. C'est donc par cette contradiction que je voudrais commencer. D'un côté, les belles proclamations et de l'autre, la réalité brute, dure que nous vivons. Dans presque tous nos pays, la liberté d'expression est proclamée, je l'ai déjà dit, elle est dans les constitutions, elle est reconnue par les lois, garantie par les textes régionaux et internationaux auxquels nos États ont librement souscrit. Personne n'a demandé à nos chefs d'État, à nos représentants dans les organisations internationales d'adopter ces lois, c'est eux qui le font de manière libre. L'article 9 de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples reconnaît à toute personne le droit de recevoir des informations, d'exprimer et de diffuser ses opinions. La déclaration de principe sur la liberté d'expression et l'accès à l'information en Afrique, adoptée en 2019, demande aux États de créer un environnement favorable à l'exercice effectif de ces droits. Le protocole de la CEDEAO sur la démocratie et la bonne gouvernance place quant à lui la participation citoyenne, la séparation des pouvoirs et la consolidation démocratique au cœur de l'ordre régional. Voilà pour ce qui est des promesses. Maintenant, que disent les faits? Les faits racontent une toute autre histoire. Ils racontent l'histoire des médias suspendus, des journalistes arrêtés, des citoyens poursuivis pour une publication sur les réseaux sociaux, des organisations de la société civile qu'on tente de délégitimer, qu'on délégitime, des fréquences de radio coupées, des sites internet bloqués, etc., etc. J'aurais pu continuer la liste. Les faits racontent aussi la réalité des journalistes menacés par des groupes armés, des réseaux criminels ou des intérêts économiques, des intellectuels pris pour cible par des militants politiques, des lanceurs d'alerte isolés, des rédactions soumises aux intérêts de leurs propriétaires, des femmes journalistes victimes de campagnes de harcèlement et de violence numérique. Voilà la réalité. Les menaces contre la liberté d'expression ne viennent donc pas uniquement de l'État. Ça aussi, je crois, c'est important que nous y réfléchissions. Parce que lorsque nous parlons de liberté de presse, de liberté d'expression, et qu'on parle d'atteinte à ces droits, la plupart du temps, nous attaquons les États. Oui, ce sont les premiers responsables, mais ils ne sont pas les seuls. Les attaques peuvent venir d'un gouvernement, d'une administration, d'une armée, d'une force de sécurité. Mais elles peuvent aussi venir d'un parti politique, d'un dirigeant, d'un groupe de militants, parfois d'un propriétaire de médias, d'une entreprise, d'un annonceur, de lobby économique, de groupes religieux ou identitaires, de réseaux criminels, de mouvements armés, ou même de ces armées numériques que nous connaissons de plus en plus. Le pouvoir qui cherche à faire taire n'est pas toujours un pouvoir public. C'est précisément pour cela que notre analyse doit être large. Nous devons voir large. Défendre la liberté d'expression, ce n'est pas seulement demander à l'État de ne pas censurer. C'est aussi rechercher, documenter et combattre toutes les attentes, quels qu'en soient les auteurs, les intérêts ou les justifications. Je parle ici comme citoyen ouest-africain, mais je parle aussi comme journaliste, éditeur et formateur. Depuis plus de 30 ans, j'observe les transformations de notre espace médiatique. Ce dont je parle, ce n'est pas un professeur d'université qui parle, c'est quelqu'un qui a vécu ça de l'intérieur. Je suis un des vôtres, je suis un journaliste. J'ai connu une époque où nous pensions que la démocratisation politique, l'essor des radios privées, puis l'arrivée d'Internet rendrait irréversible la liberté de parole. Nous connaissons tous le grand engouement qu'il y a eu au début des années 90 pour la démocratie, la liberté de presse. Nous avions raison d'espérer, mais nous avons eu tort de croire que les acquis étaient permanents et définitifs. On présente encore trop souvent la liberté d'expression comme une liberté sectorielle, une affaire de journalistes, d'intellectuels, d'opposants ou de militants. C'est vrai, mais ce n'est pas tout à fait juste. La liberté d'expression est une infrastructure dans la construction de la démocratie. Elle est à la gouvernance ce que les routes sont à l'économie. Elle permet la circulation des idées, la circulation de l'information, la circulation des opinions, la circulation des alertes, des critiques, mais aussi des solutions. C'est la liberté de critiquer qui permet de faire naître des solutions. Si nos sociétés n'acceptent pas la critique, nous n'aurons jamais des solutions à nos problèmes. Sans elle, les gouvernants ne savent plus réellement ce qui se passe dans leur propre pays. Ils n'entendent pas ce que leur entourage accepte. Elles n'entendent plutôt que ce que leur entourage accepte de leur dire. Et ça, souvent, c'est le problème de nos dirigeants enfermés avec des gens qui pensent comme eux et qui les applaudissent à longueur de journée, ce qui réduit leur capacité de cerner la réalité du pays qu'ils dirigent. Sans elles, les citoyens ne peuvent pas choisir en connaissance de cause. Ils votent, mais ne disposent pas toujours des informations nécessaires pour évaluer les politiques, les promesses et les résultats. Le meilleur citoyen, c'est le citoyen qui est informé. Un citoyen qui n'est pas bien informé n'apporte pas grand-chose à la démocratie, au progrès économique dans son pays. Sans cette liberté, la justice peut être instrumentalisée dans le silence. Les fonds publics peuvent être détournés sans enquête. Les abus des forces de sécurité peuvent rester invisibles. Les services publics peuvent se dégrader sans qu'aucune alerte sérieuse ne remonte jusqu'aux décideurs. Une démocratie ne se réduit pas donc à la seule organisation des élections. Et ça, c'est le piège de nos pays en Afrique de l'Ouest. On a réduit nos démocraties en démocratie électorale. Dès qu'on arrive à changer de gouvernement tous les 5 ans, tous les 6 ans, nous sommes heureux. Or, on sait que les changements de régime ne font pas forcément la démocratie. Une démocratie vivante exige que les citoyens puissent parler entre 2 élections, s'exprimer entre 2 élections, qu'ils puissent questionner les décisions publiques, qu'ils puissent demander des comptes, qu'ils puissent contester une politique sans être considérés comme des ennemis de l'État ou comme des adversaires du parti au pouvoir. Qui d'entre nous ici peut critiquer le gouvernement de son pays sans être traité d'opposant? Vous pouvez applaudir le gouvernement en place, chanter leur jalouse pendant 10 ans. Le jour où vous écrivez une ligne contre eux, vous êtes un ennemi, vous êtes un adversaire. Ça doit cesser. La démocratie suppose aussi que les gouvernants et leurs partisans acceptent d'entendre ce qu'ils n'aiment pas entendre. C'est peut-être le plus difficile. La liberté d'expression n'est pas seulement la liberté laissée à ceux qui approuvent. Elle protège d'abord la parole qui dérange, qui révèle, qui questionne et qui oblige à répondre. Pour mesurer la situation, il faut éviter peut-être de parler de notre sous-région de l'Afrique de l'Ouest comme un bloc uniforme. Ça aussi, je crois, souvent, c'est des raccourcis. Les degrés de liberté, les formes de pression et la capacité des institutions à protéger les citoyens diffèrent fortement. Le Bénin, on l'a cité tout de suite, n'est pas forcément la même chose que le Sénégal, pas forcément la même chose que, je sais pas, le Mali ou le Niger. Chacun de ces pays. Donc je propose donc une lecture de ce qui se passe dans notre région à travers 4 grandes catégories. On verra si ça tient ou si ça ne tient pas. On pourra en parler après lors des sessions de discussion. Il ne s'agit pas d'un palmarès, encore moins d'une répartition définitive entre bons et mauvais élèves. De toute façon, on le verra. Un pays peut avancer, reculer ou basculer. Tout ça, on l'a vu. Celui qui semble solide aujourd'hui peut s'affaiblir demain. Celui qui traverse une période sombre peut retrouver le chemin de la liberté. Il s'agit d'une grille de lecture que je vous offre, qui est très personnelle, donc forcément très subjective. Une manière de distinguer des réalités que les généralités régionales finissent parfois par masquer. La première de cette catégorie est celle des zones de verrouillage, ce que j'appelle les zones de verrouillage, là où il n'y a presque plus de liberté, où tout est verrouillé. Ce sont les pays dans lesquels la liberté d'expression est désormais considérée non comme un droit à protéger, mais comme un risque à neutraliser. On a entendu un chef d'État dire que la liberté de la presse, la démocratie sont des inventions qui nous retardent ou quelque chose comme ça. Je cite de mémoire. Au Mali, au Burkina, au Niger, on a des exemples de situations très préoccupantes. La Guinée connaît de fortes restrictions. En Guinée-Bissau, la prise de pouvoir par les militaires toute récente a posé des problèmes avec la suspension des institutions, interruption du processus électoral et l'arrêt des activités des médias. Même si aujourd'hui les choses redeviennent à la normale, n'oubliez pas qu'il y a eu un moment où on a interdit les conférences de presse. Comment dans un pays on peut interdire des conférences de presse? On l'a vu en Guinée-Bissau lorsque les militaires sont venus au pouvoir. Dans ces espaces, l'argument sécuritaire domine presque tout. Au nom de l'intérêt national et du patriotisme, on veut revenir à la pensée unique. La lutte contre le terrorisme, la défense de la souveraineté nationale, la protection du moral des troupes ou la préservation de l'ordre public deviennent des justifications permanentes. Des médias sont suspendus, des journalistes convoqués, arrêtés ou enlevés, des citoyens se taisent, non pas parce qu'ils n'ont rien à dire, mais parce qu'ils savent que certains mots peuvent coûter très cher. Cette situation doit nous interpeller tous. Non, les gouvernants et les militaires n'ont pas le monopole du patriotisme. C'est une phrase que j'aime répéter à nos militaires quand ils viennent nous donner des leçons au Sénégal. Je leur dis tout le temps, non, les militaires n'ont pas le monopole du patriotisme. Et ça, nous devons le leur rappeler. Nous aimons tous nos pays. Ce n'est pas parce qu'on est journaliste qu'on n'aime pas son pays. Un militaire n'aime pas son pays. Il a choisi une manière de défendre son pays, vous en avez choisi une autre. Et ça, c'est un discours que nous devons porter à l'attention du public, à l'attention des dirigeants. Nul n'a le monopole du patriotisme. Je ne vois aucun ici qui aimerait voir son pays sombrer. Je ne le vois pas. Qu'il défende son pays par les armes, par la parole, par la plume ou par tout autre moyen, je crois que nous aimons tous notre pays. Nous avons vu des civils envoyés au front dans certains pays, vous le savez. Oui, réquisitionner un citoyen dans un cadre défini par loi est une chose, c'est acceptable, mais utiliser la réquisition pour punir des voix critiques en est une autre. Ce serait transformer une obligation républicaine en sanction extrajudiciaire. Ce n'est pas acceptable, nous devons tous le dire à haute voix. Donc, dans ces zones de verrouillage, la répression d'une personne produit le silence de centaines d'autres. Et c'est parfois ce qui est recherché, punir les uns pour faire taire tout le monde. C'est ainsi que s'installe l'autocensure, mais même là, l'État n'est pas le seul danger. Les groupes armés qui contrôlent ou attaquent certaines parties du territoire imposent eux aussi leurs lois. Ils menacent les journalistes locaux, ferment des radios, empêchent la couverture de certains événements et cherchent à maîtriser le récit des conflits. J'étais avec des amis du Niger il y a quelques mois. Ils me disaient combien c'est difficile pour certaines radios communautaires dans les localités isolées d'aborder certains sujets parce qu'il y a les groupes radicaux qui leur interdisent d'aborder certains sujets. Dans ces situations, la menace ne vient pas nécessairement d'un gouvernement, elle vient de groupes armés qui considèrent aussi l'information indépendante comme un obstacle. Donc voilà, ça, c'était la première catégorie, le pays où pratiquement tout est verrouillé. Il est presque devenu impossible aujourd'hui d'informer, tout simplement. Il y a une deuxième catégorie, c'est ce que j'appelle la catégorie des démocraties sous tension. Je sais de quoi je parle, parce que je viens d'un pays que je considère comme étant une démocratie sous tension. C'est vrai que si vous voyez quelqu'un qui vient du Mali ou du Burkina Faso et que vous lui dites, oui, bon, moi j'ai aussi des préoccupations sur les questions de liberté d'expression et des questions de liberté de presse, il peut se dire que moi, le monsieur, il se moque de moi. Hein, je le dis en regardant mon frère là-bas. Mais je crois que c'est ça la réalité. Dans ces pays aussi, tout n'est pas rose, contrairement à ce que les gens peuvent croire quand ils sont dans des situations difficiles. Nous pouvons y placer, avec des nuances importantes, donc c'est des degrés qui sont différents, le Sénégal, le Ghana, le Nigeria, la Côte d'Ivoire, Sierra Leone, Libéria, Gambie. Il n'y a pas peut-être le verrouillage que nous avons dans les pays du Sahel, mais il y a des problèmes. Il y a des problèmes. Le pluralisme existe, les médias diversifiés travaillent, les gouvernements sont critiqués, les citoyens débattent, des alternances politiques sont possibles. Ce sont des acquis, il ne faut pas les nier. Mais il serait imprudent, un, de les tenir pour irréversibles, et deux, de penser que les gens peuvent faire tout ce qu'ils veulent. Dans ces démocraties, la liberté d'expression fonctionne jusqu'au moment où une enquête touche la présidence, l'armée, un dossier judiciaire sensible, un dirigeant puissant, des intérêts économiques ou religieux des propriétaires de médias puissants. Même dans une démocratie disposant d'une presse vivante, on peut céder, il arrive qu'on cède à la tentation de traiter une publication dérangeante comme une menace contre l'État. On l'a vu au Sénégal. Le Nigeria offre une autre illustration. Sa constitution protège la liberté d'expression. Sa presse est l'une des plus dynamiques du continent. Pourtant, la législation antiterroriste, les dispositions relatives au secret d'État, la pénalisation de la diffamation et certaines dispositions de la loi sur la cybercriminalité continuent d'être utilisées contre les journalistes ou des citoyens. Les pressions peuvent aussi venir des propriétaires de médias, dont certains ont des intérêts politiques ou économiques. Dans ces conditions, la censure ne vient plus de l'extérieur de la rédaction, elle s'installe au cœur même du média. Certains journalistes dans la salle savent de quoi je parle. Le journaliste apprend ce qu'il peut dire, l'information qu'il peut aller chercher, ce qu'il peut révéler et ce qu'il ne peut pas écrire et surtout ce qu'il vaut mieux ne pas voir. On ferme les yeux parce qu'il y a un patron qui a beaucoup d'intérêt dans l'économie. C'est aussi une forme de censure qu'il faut combattre. Et ça, je crois, ce serait intéressant pour la Fondation des médias d'Afrique de l'Ouest de penser à documenter cela. Comment des patrons de presse entravent la liberté d'informer parce qu'ils censurent leurs journalistes. Et je le dis en étant à l'aise parce que je crois que dans mon média, je ne censure pas. J'espère que ce n'est pas comme ça que je suis vu. Mais qui sait? Le Ghana, qui demeure une référence démocratique, mais l'assassinat du journaliste d'investigation Ahmed Hussein Saleh, le 16 janvier 2019, nous rappelle que les intérêts menacés par une enquête peuvent répondre par la violence. Ce n'est pas toujours l'État. Ce meurtre nous oblige à dépasser une vision très simpliste de la liberté de la presse. Il ne suffit pas qu'un gouvernement ne donne pas l'ordre d'arrêter un journaliste. Encore faut-il que le pays le protège lorsqu'une enquête menace des intérêts puissants. Faut-il que la police cherche réellement les responsables? Il le faut. Faut-il que la justice puisse remonter jusqu'aux commanditaires, quel que soit leur argent, leur fonction ou leur relation? Ça, je crois que c'était un peu la catégorie des démocraties sous tension. La troisième catégorie, c'est celle des espaces de liberté relative, avec le bon exemple du Cap-Vert, petit pays. Je ne sais pas si on a nos amis du Cap-Vert dans la salle, mais c'est quand même le pays aujourd'hui qui doit nous rendre tous jaloux, nous qui venons des autres pays. C'est un pays qui fonctionne plus ou moins depuis plusieurs années. Pratiquement, ils sont premiers dans le classement en matière de liberté de la presse. La liberté de la presse y est garantie par la Constitution. Les journalistes travaillent dans un environnement plus ou moins favorable. Le pluralisme politique est réel et les institutions sont relativement solides. Tout n'est pas parfait. Le poids des médias publics et la nomination de leurs dirigeants par les gouvernements soulèvent encore des questions d'indépendance. Mais c'est là que vous voyez que quand il y a des tensions, on oublie même d'autres choses. Par exemple, dans les démocraties sous tension, au Sénégal, on oublie que les médias publics, tellement on a d'autres problèmes qu'on oublie que le fait que les patrons des médias publics soient nommés par la présidence ou par le gouvernement, c'est un problème. C'est aussi un problème de liberté d'information lorsque le patron du média public se sent redevable au président ou au gouvernement. L'expérience capverdienne démontre que la liberté d'expression n'est pas réservée aux grands pays ou aux économies les plus puissantes. Elle relève d'abord d'un choix politique et institutionnel. Le Cap-Vert montre aussi que stabilité et liberté ne sont pas contradictoires. La liberté d'expression n'y a pas affaibli l'État, elle a contribué à créer la confiance dans les institutions de l'État. Je crois que nous pouvons essayer de parler de cet exemple. C'est un pays isolé, mais c'est un pays qui fait partie de nous. Et je crois que c'est un exemple qui doit nous être utile, surtout ceux qui sont dans le plaidoyer. Je disais que le journalisme a aussi besoin de ces plaidoyers. Toutes les causes, l'environnement, les droits humains, etc., ont leurs organisations qui font le plaidoyer. Le journalisme aussi, en tant que bien public, doit avoir des organisations pour le supporter, faire son plaidoyer. Maintenant, il me reste la quatrième catégorie. Je ne sais pas si elle peut tenir à une analyse rigoureuse. C'est ce que j'appelle les zones grises. Et ce sont des pays où les institutions démocratiques existent, les journaux paraissent, les élections sont organisées, mais où les possibilités de contestation se rétrécissent. Je le dis en pensant au Bénin, qui constitue un cas intéressant. Le Bénin qu'on a connu, très démocratique, très ouvert, pendant longtemps cité comme exemple en matière de démocratie, en matière de liberté d'expression. Ici, vous n'avez pas un régime militaire qui verrouille tout, qui ferme toutes les portes. Les institutions sont en place, la liberté de la presse est reconnue par la Constitution, le Code de l'information et de la communication a supprimé les peines d'emprisonnement pour certains délits de presse. Mais d'autres instruments juridiques, notamment le Code du numérique, ont été utilisés contre des journalistes et des citoyens. Le Code de la presse vous protège, on crée un Code du numérique qui enlève cette protection. Au nom du Code du numérique, on peut vous condamner à des peines qui, si vous étiez jugé sous le régime du Code de la presse, n'auraient pas été applicables dans votre cas. Dans une zone de verrouillage, la répression, elle s'affiche, elle est ouverte. On vous dit, vous ne pouvez pas faire ceci. Vous savez que vous ne pouvez pas le faire. Ici, dans ce que j'appelle la zone grise, elle est presque légalisée. Donc, c'est la loi qui vous interdit de faire ce que vous avez envie de faire. On ne ferme pas nécessairement un média en envoyant des militaires ou des huissiers. On l'épuise par les procédures, les convocations, les amendes, les restrictions administratives et l'incertitude juridique. Le journaliste dans ces zones grises finit par ne plus savoir exactement ce qu'il a le droit de dire. Et lorsque la frontière du permis devient imprévisible, l'autocensure accomplit le reste du travail et la censure n'a plus besoin de s'exercer. J'étais avec mon ami Souleymana au Bénin avant les élections. On a vu que même dans la salle, les premières sessions, comment les gens étaient un peu coincés pour s'exprimer parce qu'il y avait des représentants du régulateur ou de l'État et il y avait cette tension-là à dire ce qu'on pense. Ça, c'est un vrai problème. Cette catégorisation est utile, mais ne dit pas tout. Quel que soit le type de régime, plusieurs forces peuvent s'attaquer simultanément à la liberté d'expression. La plus visible reste le pouvoir politique en place parce qu'elle est la plus forte, c'est celle qui a le plus de moyens. Un gouvernement peut utiliser la loi, la police, la justice, la fiscalité, les licences, la publicité publique ou les organes de régulation. Au Sénégal, on l'a vu, lorsque le nouveau pouvoir est venu, ce qu'ils ont utilisé, c'est la fiscalité. Ce qu'ils ont utilisé, c'est la régulation, soi-disant la régulation, que même la Cour suprême a fini par rejeter. Mais, entre-temps, quelques 200 ou 300 sites et quelques médias de presse écrite ont dû fermer. Parce qu'on leur avait dit à un moment, non, vous n'avez pas le droit d'exercer. Mais il existe d'autres menaces dont nous parlons encore très peu. La mise au pas militante des voix indépendantes. Nous avons vu dans plusieurs pays de la région des journalistes prêts à partir pendant des meetings ou des manifestations. On ne doit pas l'accepter. Des reporters ont été insultés, continuent d'être insultés, bousculés ou empêchés de travailler parce que leurs médias étaient considérés comme hostiles. Nous ne devons pas l'accepter. Ces pratiques ne concernent pas un seul camp. Des militants de partis au pouvoir comme des militants de partis d'opposition y ont eu recours. Au Sénégal, d'où je viens, le phénomène prend aujourd'hui une dimension particulière dans l'espace numérique. Sous le régime précédent, des journalistes et des citoyens critiques du pouvoir étaient accusés de soutenir l'opposition, de menacer la stabilité ou de servir des intérêts étrangers. Les militants de l'ancienne majorité n'étaient pas étrangers à ces pratiques. Mais nous devons aussi regarder lucidement ce qui se passe aujourd'hui. Certains militants de l'actuel parti au pouvoir supportent difficilement les voix qui refusent de s'aligner. Des journalistes, des intellectuels, des universitaires et des acteurs de la société civile font l'objet d'attaques, d'insultes et de campagnes destinées à les intimider et à les discréditer. Pour être précis, rien ne permet d'attribuer distinctement ces actes au parti, à un parti ou à sa direction. Mais on ne peut pas davantage nier le comportement de militants qui interviennent en son nom, se réclament de son projet et transforment le débat public en épreuve de loyauté. Ou vous êtes patriote, ou vous êtes un vendu. Ou bien vous avez la haine de notre leader. Ça, ce sont des accusations gratuites qui refusent les débats d'idées constructives. Reporters sans frontières a déjà documenté au Sénégal des campagnes de cyberharcèlement visant des journalistes et fréquemment organisées par des militants politiques. Plusieurs plaintes déposées par des journalistes ciblés n'avaient débouché sur aucune enquête effective. Dans la plupart de nos pays, le mécanisme est simple. Or, on le sait, la vie est faite de complexité. On veut simplifier quelque chose de très complexe. Si vous soutenez le pouvoir, vous êtes présenté comme un patriote. Vous le critiquez, vous devenez un adversaire. Si vous refusez de choisir un camp, vous êtes accusé d'être neutre. Et cette prétendue neutralité devient elle-même suspecte. Elle serait une lâcheté, une trahison ou une complicité. Ça aussi, nous devons le refuser, défendre notre indépendance, refuser les accusations de neutralité ou de complicité. Indépendance ne veut pas dire complicité, indépendance ne veut pas dire neutralité, c'est un raisonnement dangereux. Être indépendant ne signifie pas être neutre entre le vrai et le faux. En tant que journaliste, notre devoir, c'est de dire la vérité. Cela ne signifie pas être indifférent entre la justice et l'injustice. Cela signifie conserver sa liberté de jugement. C'est cela, en tout cas moi, c'est comme cela que je conçois l'indépendance journalistique. Qu'on me laisse ma liberté de critiquer lorsque je le veux, d'applaudir lorsque je vois une belle action. Une voix indépendante peut soutenir une décision du gouvernement aujourd'hui et en critiquer une autre demain. Ça, on doit nous l'accepter. Elle peut reconnaître le bien fondé d'une réforme sans renoncer à dénoncer une dérive. Elle ne change pas de principe selon l'identité de ceux qui exercent le pouvoir. Aujourd'hui, le problème que nous avons au Sénégal, c'est bien celui-là, où les gens ne défendent plus des principes, mais ils défendent un camp. On défend un camp. C'est-à-dire, Tidjane peut dire la même chose aujourd'hui, être applaudi, et demain, être insulté, juste parce que ça n'arrange plus. Vous voyez ça, je crois que c'est un peu ce que nous devons refuser. L'indépendance n'est donc pas l'absence de position, c'est le refus de recevoir ces positions d'un gouvernement, d'un parti, d'un opposant, d'un bailleur ou d'une foule numérique qui veut nous imposer son diktat. Une démocratie ne peut pas fonctionner si chaque citoyen doit appartenir à un camp avant d'être autorisé à parler. Elle ne peut pas vivre si la valeur d'un argument dépend de la loyauté politique de celui qui s'exprime. Les attaques numériques atteignent souvent leur objectif sans qu'aucune arrestation soit nécessaire. Elles épuisent, elles vous isolent, elles s'en prennent aux familles et aux réputations, elles poussent certains intellectuels à se retirer du débat public et certains journalistes à éviter les sujets les plus sensibles. Ça, c'est le danger qui nous guette. En tout cas, dans des pays comme le Sénégal, c'est ce que nous observons. Il y a des gens qui ne veulent plus se prononcer parce que dès que vous vous prononcez et que ça n'arrange pas les forces en place, ce sont leurs militants qui vous attaquent. C'est dangereux pour la démocratie, c'est dangereux pour le progrès social. Les cyber-militants, si on peut les appeler ainsi, accomplissent alors au nom de leur camp une partie du travail que la censure accomplit au nom de l'État. Les dirigeants politiques ne peuvent pas se contenter de dire qu'ils ne contrôlent pas chaque militant. Ils ont une responsabilité morale. Ils doivent désavouer clairement les intimidations commises en leur nom et refuser d'en tirer un avantage politique. Il existe aussi le pouvoir de l'argent. Un annonceur important peut menacer de retirer son budget. Une entreprise peut multiplier les procédures judiciaires pour épuiser un média. une enquête qui touche ses affaires ou ses alliés. Un groupe industriel peut financer des contenus destinés à présenter ses intérêts particuliers comme l'intérêt général. Je pouvais continuer et continuer et continuer, mais on me demande d'accélérer un peu et je vais le faire. C'est moi qui avais demandé parce que, oui. Reste à savoir, vu ce tableau, qu'est-ce que nous pouvons faire et comment nous pouvons le faire. Ça, je crois, c'est aussi quelque chose d'important. La première chose, c'est de documenter les cas d'atteinte à la liberté de la presse. Il y a des organisations internationales qui le font, Committee to Protect Journalists, Reporters sans frontières, la Fondation des médias pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Nous ne devons pas avoir peur de dénoncer. Parce que notre première arme, c'est de dire que nous refusons de subir. Refuser de subir. Donc, aider à documenter les cas de violation des droits humains. Des droits humains, de la liberté de presse, de la liberté d'expression. L'autre point très, très important, c'est de nous organiser et d'être solidaires. Des rencontres comme celle-là peuvent aider, mais même si nous ne nous rencontrons pas physiquement, se dire lorsqu'un journaliste est attaqué au Burkina, lorsqu'un journaliste est enlevé au Mali, lorsqu'un journaliste est exilé, sort de son pays, nous sommes tous interpellés. C'est-à-dire se sentir concerné, ne pas attendre que ça nous tombe dessus. Vous êtes au Sénégal, vous pensez que vous êtes à l'abri, oui, bon, c'est le Niger, ils n'ont qu'à s'occuper de leurs problèmes. C'est jusqu'au jour où ça vient au Sénégal aussi. Parce que l'effet de contagion existe. Nous devons faire en sorte que n'importe où dans cette sous-région, un journaliste est attaqué, que toutes les voix se lèvent. Parce qu'il ne faut pas l'oublier aussi, les gouvernements, aussi dictatoriaux soient-ils, n'aiment pas lorsque leur image à l'extérieur est un peu écornée. Ça, je crois, c'est des choses. Pour nos sœurs journalistes, nous devons penser à des mécanismes pour lutter contre le cyberharcèlement. Il est beaucoup plus facile de s'attaquer aux femmes, qu'elles soient des militantes des droits humains, qu'ils soient des journalistes ou des citoyens ordinaires qui expriment des idées qui ne plaisent pas. C'est très facile de les déshumaniser, de les attaquer. Nous devons y porter une attention particulière. Nous devons comprendre ce qui se joue derrière ces attaques. Comprendre, c'est-à-dire comprendre les mécanismes. Comprendre les mécanismes qui sont en place. C'est-à-dire les gens, parfois, ce qu'ils veulent, c'est on va prendre un cas pour que les autres se taisent. Ça, je crois. Donc, lorsque un média est censuré, peut-être reprendre l'information qu'il a donnée. Lui donner plus d'ampleur. Et les gens sauront que si demain, vous censurez ou vous tuez un journaliste, ça n'arrêtera pas ses idées. On a des organisations internationales qui le font. Nous devons nous en inspirer de sorte que si pour une raison ou une autre, un journaliste dans un pays donné voit son article censuré, que tous nos médias en parlent, que tous nos médias relaient les informations qu'ils voulaient donner. Je ne vais pas peut-être vous tenir trop longtemps. Bon, je crois que c'est déjà assez long. Je vois Abigail qui se prépare à reprendre la parole. Donc c'est juste peut-être vous dire le plaisir que j'ai eu à vous entretenir. C'était un discours plus long parce qu'au départ, on m'avait accordé 30 minutes. Mais c'est vrai que il n'y a pas su... le temps, il file lorsque vous parlez et vous ne le sentez pas. En tout cas, ça a été un grand plaisir. J'espère que les idées qui sont partagées vous serviront à quelque chose. Je vous remercie.
Hello. That's actually the French I can speak, but yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Hamadou Tudiansi, Director of EGICOM and founder of award-winning Westav News based in Senegal. Thank you so much for the insights you've shared, and I think that you highlighting the different manifestations of the pressure on FOE and the independence of the media and journalism, it's really critical. It puts the conversation again in perspective as we go into the panel discussion, as we open the floor for conversations. And we also hear you on the bit about keeping the momentum going, documenting the cases resilience in activism, because it looks like at this time, really, that's what we need. Once our strength wanes, then it's almost like the opposing side wins. So about this time, we need to band it together also as a collective group, so that if you hear it happening in Niger, you know that it might happen even in Ghana, in countries that are relatively, doing well when it comes to that. I'm sure the way Marianne is looking at me, you can understand. When it comes to the democratic indicators and electoral democracy, for instance, are doing well, we still have instances of these violations happening. So it's a good call on all of us to remain resilient in this fight as we go along. Thank you so much for your presentation. At this point, as I mentioned earlier, we have a report that MFW has produced, and it's titled State Determinants, Dynamics, and the Fate of Media and Free Expression Rights in the Sahel. It's focused on Burkina, Niger, Mali, and we added Guinea as well. The consultant who was the lead researcher is here with us. He will take over now, give us highlights of the report, after which we'll do the official launch of the report, and then we do a quick break and come back with a panel discussion. I'd like to invite now up here Dr. Gilbert Tieta, the consultant and also a media trainer. Please let's welcome him with a round of applause as he comes up. Thank you.
Thank you, Abigail. Good morning, everyone. I figure we will do with a little health break, perhaps. So if there's anybody you have spotted whom you didn't see for a while before this meeting, you can stretch across and say hello in a minute, and then we can rally back. So we are taking 1 or 2 minutes, maximum 2 minutes, to stretch. Go across from your table and say hello to somebody else. Thank you.
Okay, hello. So at this point, we also want to encourage you to grab snack. Please go back there and grab some snack and come to your seat. Hello, please grab some snacks and come back to your seat so we can continue. Yeah, and we want to do this in 5 minutes. Thank you so much. 5 minutes. Shall we please return to our seats?
Hello. Shall we start, please? Let's start. Kindly return to your seat. Okay, we'll begin. So I want to start by acknowledging with thanks all of the persons who have supported us in producing this report, especially the national experts and consultants who did the field work, which we essentially synthesized in order to produce this account. I want to also, some of you may have heard about the Swedish epidemiologist called Hans Rosling. An epidemiologist is essentially a public health scientist who studies the outbreak and spread and incidence of epidemics. So the Swedish epidemiologist Hans Rosling died a couple of years ago, but he came into greater prominence during the Ebola outbreak and subsequently COVID-19, and he was in West Africa. You would have heard him on BBC also. They called him pop star statistician because they said he could make data sing. I want to acknowledge with thanks. It looks like the Media Foundation also have their in-house pop star statistician in the person of Dr. Daniel Adjei. He has helped to animate the presentation that I am making here today so that it will be have a little more life than the text I was going to subject you to. Thank you, Dr. Adjei, for the support. So here's what's going on. And I want to pivot from where the Executive Director of Media Foundation left off about where our sub-region is at the present. So he reminds us of a point in time when literally every country in our region had, to different degrees, practiced or exercised democratic governance. So from 2015, perhaps may have been the height of democratic best practice, and which made our region the reference point of good governance and as an example to be emulated. And just 10 years down the line, it seems to present a picture that is a far cry from what we could recognize from 2015. He told us what the state of things are. It helps to look back at perhaps what may have produced or what has perpetrated this outcome. A number of actors and factors in our sub-region have conspired to lead to that, the current reality that we are meeting to deal with. First of all, West Africa has become the site for protracted geopolitical tension and violent extremism. Within this context, we also observe that the malign effect of conflict disinformation has fed into or has led to narratives that tend to suggest public disillusionment with democracy for failing to deliver the development dividend that it promises, but also for failing to secure the sovereignty of the state, which is a reason for then coup leaders to take over the reins of governance with the assurance of returning our countries to peace and security. And so, on the other hand, or on the flip side, you hear propaganda that's promoting coups as liberation movements. You would have seen many of those videos that have made the rounds on WhatsApp and other platforms about, for example, Ibrahima Traore and the fantastic projects and achievements that don't really exist, of celebrity endorsements that have not happened. So this is the state and context that we are confronted with. And it will seem that these narratives have worked because our respective countries that have formed themselves into the Sahelian states seem to also have spawned a coup contagion. So shortly after the coups in Mali and Burkina Faso and Niger, Guinea was taken over by military leadership also, and then following that, more recently, Guinea-Bissau. And even in Benin, there are reports of a coup attempt that was foiled. So in this context, usually it is our own media and journalists who are the first line victims in the perpetration of these anti-democratic acts of assaults on freedom of expression and on other democratic rights. So from 2015, we are in a context and a situation in which at least a third of our countries within the region are under military governance. I was taking a look at this image, and in terms of landmass even, it seems as if nearly a half of, not the third that I am envisaging, but nearly a half of our landmass is dominated by coup regimes. So it set us to attempt or to try to adduce some evidence empirically in order to guide response. We know that, as I said, the media become the first line casualty, but it turns out that the paradox, they are also the means by which any hope of a return to democratic governance and best practice may be pursued. So we did a number of things. We used a combination of key informant interviews in terms of methodology, by which we were interested in sounding out the views of people who are involved in or interested or affected directly by the incidents that we sought to document and to account for. We also used document and media landscape analysis, by which we were looking at the decrease, we were looking at the decisions, we were looking at developments that undermine or affect media and free expression rights. And finally, we did a representative survey to cut across the various stakeholder sectors and to be able to capture audience views or perceptions on the state and the stakes or fate of media and free expression rights. So in a sense, we used a mixed methods design to arrive at the evidence that we are reporting here. It had two key values. First of all, in terms of the research protocols, they say that when you do a mixed methods design, it allows you to let the different perspectives and enable the assembling of evidence without the possibility of discovery failure, meaning that if one dimension of evidence is available but misses out on another dimension of evidence, they can complement each other and allow you to give an authentic and comprehensive account. But also, just for sheer practical prudence, in contexts where it was considered ill-advised or risky to use one method, a different method would account for and be used as proxy for expressing or explaining what's going on. So, for example, in Burkina Faso, we were, for reasons of risk mitigation, unable to deploy anybody to do in-person, in-country interviews and surveys for obvious reasons. So in that case, we relied upon document analysis, all for the sake or purpose of systematically mapping the ways in which the reality of anti-democratic regimes have impacted upon the state and fate of media in our various countries. So the four countries, the three Sahel countries and Guinea, would become like a bellwether to help us index or indicate the chances of democratic renaissance in our region. So here's what the outcome then says. We organized that outcome around four key pillars. First of all, the weaponization of rules or legislation. So we see how following the overthrow of constituted order, emergency decrees as well as cyber laws are weaponized in order to target journalists especially, but free expression advocates generally speaking. We also see a sense in which regulatory capture is reflected or manifesting itself in how the new regimes repurpose existing rules or laws and regulatory systems. They take over or appoint people who do their bidding in order to pursue the outcomes. We also speak around issues of digital coercion. So there are surveillance laws that are used to shut down, to harass, to intimidate, and to even incarcerate people on grounds of national security, so that the existing legislation moves away from media laws into security laws. The fourth pillar is economic starvation, and I will try to explain these elements in turns in the next couple of slides. So we talk about the state in which decrees and legislations are weaponized to undermine media and free expression rights. How does that happen? So a couple of illustrations. In Niger, Ordinance 22 of 2024, number 28, was amended amended the existing cybercrime law in order to make cyber offenses now crimes, so that in the past, when fines were the penalty to pay for offenses related to cybercrime, now it is incarceration or imprisonment, and the role of the judiciary in determining penalties and sanctions have been taken away. In Guinea, there had previously been a 2016 cybercrime law, which by 2019 had been amended to become criminal. Civil society campaigns and agitation led to removal of the criminal elements of those laws. However, with the coup that attended Guinea 2024, the progress that had been made were quickly reversed, and media offenses and crime, cyber security laws had also become criminalized. In Burkina Faso, we know that the decree on general mobilization and on public warning is frequently invoked and used to, the term translates as requisition. So journalists who are critical are forcibly mobilized or conscripted and deployed to the war front. I mean, the argument is simple, that, well, we can ill afford the luxury of armchair critics. So if you are going to be criticizing us when we are in a state of war, then go to the war front so that you can better report things in real time. So that law have subverted existing or previous legislation that was not criminalized, so to speak. And in Mali, we record that nearly 60% of respondents would say that the existing laws are being applied discriminatorily, or there is no transparency in the way in which they are applied. And that's partly because the security legislations or laws are so vaguely defined that it becomes possible to draw upon them to exercise arbitrary prosecution. So if you are not in somebody's best favors, then it's quite easy to tag an offense on you and prosecute you accordingly. So that's the state of things related to the emerging or the current state of legislation, particularly emergency decrees and cyber offense laws. All right. Second is a set of evidence or data around the digital context, and we call it a digital paradox because in the eventuality of mainstream media laws being restrictive, what people have found as an alternative have been the opportunities that digital and social media spaces offer for engagement as alternative paths to participating in public discourse. So whilst that opens up opportunities, what has happened is that at the same time, legislation has been used to exercise, as I said, surveillance over what people, so people can snoop into what you are doing. They are able to thereby pursue and follow you without your permission or knowledge as such. And there are laws that have been used to abridge the freedoms and rights of the media and journalists. A couple of examples that allow us to see how the scales have tipped. In Guinea, the 2023 internet shutdown cost, according to the statistics, something in the neighborhood of $47 million. And it affected close to 7 million users. In Niger, the 2020 law, which transferred wiretapping authority away from mainstream or routine media regulatory ambit auspices and the role of the judiciary, was transferred into the executive branch for purposes of assuring national security, and as a result, people are less able or less free to exercise the rights that are due or are possible in digital spaces and on social media. And we see in Niger evidence that, or close to 70% of journalists who were interviewed said that they had changed their modus operandi, the ways in which they were using social media, because they were nervous or sensitive to the possibility that they were being tracked or followed. So first of all, the existing legislation were repressive. Secondly, we've shown a set of data around digital media and their weaponization. The image you see here flows from the two previous accounts, namely the nature of legislation that constrains media and free expression rights, including in cyberspaces, in which there is also an economic strain or constraint on the media within the 4 countries that were studied. And it happens in this 4-step-wise sequence. Number 1, state subsidies are being used discriminatorily, tongue twister, okay, are being used to determine who is behaving properly and who is not behaving so properly, and depending upon whether your journalist, your media institution is compliant or not, then sales subsidy is extended to you or withdrawn from you. In the example of Guinea that we cite, the existing subsidy was increased by multiple folds, and then so it becomes like a carrot, a bait, and a stick. Whether you are you gain access to it or not depends upon how well you behave according to the regime's expectations. Secondly, we see examples of fines that are almost intended to collapse the media entity. And so examples in Burkina Faso tell us of how the Council on the High Council on Communication, the CSC, levied paralyzing fines on different media, such as TV5, Monde Afrique, and so on, and the VOA, with the effect that they either would have to pack shop and leave, or mobilize those funds and pay in order to exist, or in any case, be unable to operate for the reasons that they have run underground for reasons of economic stringency. And that feeds thirdly into a way in which they are incapacitated, because these administrative fines and levies are such as to make it impossible for them to function efficiently. We see examples in Guinea in which the result of those kinds of closures were the loss of a feature of close to, the estimate says, 800 plus jobs, a destruction in operational capacity, and a compromising of independent journalism practice. So the survival instinct will say you either would discontinue your critical stance or you will pack baggage and leave the jurisdiction. So all of this would lead into what we are defining as the ultimate evidence of restrictive regime. Usually, self-censorship is the ultimate determinant of a situation in which media rights and freedoms have been curtailed. Because when the censorship is externally imposed, the assumption is that you are fighting back or you are resistant. When you self-impose censorship on yourself, it suggests that you are choosing between survival and perhaps an audition for martyrdom. And very few people would want to suffer martyrdom as such. Now, so the ultimate outcome of media content that the public are subjected to are those that filter through this funnel that we have shown in illustration. So what survives or what becomes available for public awareness, attention as publications are usually official documentation or government narratives. They avoid subjects of corruption, and they avoid issues of national security. So in order to exercise self-censorship and to prevail or to survive, they would only publish what is the press release or the official version of reality. They would avoid subjects of corruption and national security. That is what we have observed, for example, in Burkina Faso, in which the 2024 or 2023 so-called Pact of Media on Patriotism is such that a number of media have signed up to ensure that their publications contribute to or support the efforts to combat terrorism and the external adversary or enemy. Fear of abduction and of conscription and deployment into frontline conflict zones are also reasons why some critical journalists have either been muted or they are out of their jurisdiction in exile. And the reality of digital surveillance is partly also the consequence and outcome in which people have discontinued activism in those spaces because they know they are being tracked or watched. A number of statistics help us see the point we make about the relationship between self-censorship and the state of. In nearly every one of the countries, the more than 70% of respondents indicate that they were exercising self-censorship. In Niger, they avoid covering security and security subjects. Investigative journalism is almost non-existent anymore. In Guinea, close to 90% of them practice self-censorship. In Mali also, the self-censorship has become the norm rather than the exception. So that what gets published in the end are, as I indicated, only the truth or the version of truth that is approved by the regime. And what that outcome means is that what citizens get to see, hear, or understand as the events in their social spaces are the ones that are being endorsed or validated or preferred by the prevailing regime. Now, so that collectively leads to a certain accountability vacuum. We have always characterized our media metaphorically as watchdogs. What would happen as a result of the compounded effects of all the things we have indicated is that essentially, if they are dogs at all, they are perhaps lap dogs or poodles doing the bidding of government, so that there is no longer accountability as is suggested to be the role or the fourth estate role of media. So what happens? Violations occur, people are arrested, arbitrarily tried, incarcerated, and when you see what has happened to somebody, then they say that the lessons of the dead are what? Okay, how do you say it again? Are lessons for the living. The experience of the dead are lessons to the living. So fewer people would be interested in holding duty bearers to account. And so we see that in this example, 56% of journalists in Niger, for example, do not report violations because if they go, the people they will go to make those reports to are the people who are, in any case, the stooges or lackeys of the regime in power. And in Guinea, 54% would lack access even to legal support if they found themselves in trouble. Few independent lawyers would be interested in defending their causes or their cases. This would also lead inevitably to institutional collapse. So existing media associations or institutions that are supposed to have an activist role or a civil society role or a trade unionist orientation in defending their members have been neutralized as such, so that, for example, Niger's press house has been suspended indefinitely since January 2024. In effect, then impunity perpetrates. When there are no sanctions or consequences for abuses, then it encourages a repeat of those abuses, and so the vicious cycle of incident that goes unpunished would happen, which would lead to a paralysis of the possibilities of exercising or accessing remedial steps and so on. Okay. A fifth dimension that we're also interested in is how these factors of abuse have a gender perspective or dimension in which women in particular suffer the double jeopardy of, well, first of all, they are part of the mainstream consequences of clampdowns and constrictions of media rights. But beyond that first layer is also the reality of highly gendered online violations in examples of honor shaming and doxing, of physical intimidation during protests, sexualized abuses and pressures, and even structural exclusions, by which we mean the path to progress and leadership for women in particular, even within their institutions, is even more daunting than ought to be, for the mere reason that they are women. Examples of the first layer of general abuse that they are partly victimized in is the fact that in Guinea, more than 70% of women journalists said that they completely avoid sensitive topics or subjects. And in the second layer of manifestation, 88% of Nigerians who were surveyed were male, suggesting the male-dominated character, partly because of the reality that the journalism enterprise has become a high-risk proposition in which few women will feel attracted. So we've created a certain matrix that attempts to synthesize and summarize these points that we have made in terms of, first of all, what is the primary tactic that is used to exercise abuse against media and institutions and journalists, which are the regulatory institutions, and what is the character of their current organization, and how are digital spaces, cyberspaces, part of this orchestration to undermine media rights and freedoms. So as primary means of exercising or the abuse manifests itself primarily in Burkina Faso through forced conscriptions, as I have indicated. They would, if you are vocal or critical, you'll be deployed, you'll be conscripted, you'll be deployed to the war fronts, perhaps that would either add you to the conflict or combat casualties, or a certain reality would at least, it has a chilling effect even on those who would have contemplated being critical as such. In Mali, the most obvious ways in which this has manifested is in the expulsion, especially of independent, critical, mostly international media organizations, including the RFI and France 24, from the jurisdiction because of alleged bias and of pursuing causes that put the national security at risk or at stake. In Niger, the Saba law that criminalizes speech and publications that I referred to, which have the consequence of which is to reverse gains that were previously made before the coup. And in Guinea, the withdrawal of, the withdrawal of licenses, arbitrary withdrawal of licenses, or failure to renew licenses of media that would not play ball. What are the institutions that are used to exercise? In the Burkina Faso, the High Council on Communication, the CSC, has come under direct control and supervision or superintendence of the administration, whereas it was set out. So in principle, in terms of purpose, they are intended to help secure the independence and rights of media. In operation and in outcome, now that they are under the jurisdiction of the regime, they become tools for discriminatory application, I was going to say abuse, of rights of journalists. The High Authority on Communication in Mali as well as in Guinea have all come under executive control, and the National Communication Observatory in Niger has also officially been subordinated under the regime. So you will see a certain pattern of application that tends to paralyze journalistic operations and to disable media rights, in which the regulatory authority, intended to be independent, has been taken over or captured, we said, by regime actors in order to selectively apply the law in ways that do not enable or support media fair. And the last manifestation in that matrix is the ways in which the digital space has become weaponized. We see in Burkina Faso the call for patriotic journalism, which then means essentially that people are exercising self-censorship or have become compliant with the narrative of promoting the sovereignty of the state by doing the bidding of the regime. In Mali, the military is the one that manages its own narrative, first of all, but also oversees or exercises surveillance over what contrary or alternative narratives are existing in digital spaces in order to shut down. There have been repeated incidences of the shutdown of internet, and people would only use VPNs in order to circumvent or sidestep, and not everybody has the opportunity and capacity to do so. In Niger, we also observe that the executive exercises surveillance or dominates the cyberspace conversation, as it happens also in Guinea, where internet costs, internet shutdowns have led to the cost that we initially pointed us to. So if we synthesize these views, we find that whilst I think that's part of the reason we were reminded that mere guarantees or the existence of laws do not lead necessarily operationally to the exercise of the rights that are so guaranteed. So whereas formal electoral processes are promised or even may have been gone through, as has apparently happened in Guinea, based upon which ECOWAS has happily welcomed them back into the family, this may just be superficial, and in terms of the real test of democracy and citizen representation or mandates, there is reason to doubt or at least question whether these are happening in ways that we can use the state of the media as a barometer or measure. As we have indicated, we can often test or sense the ways in which democratic best practice are being honored by examining whether the media are free and able to hold duty bearers to account. To that extent, whilst the withdrawal from ECOWAS of the AES states and together, well, until most recently, Guinea having returned, but with, on the other hand, Guinea-Bissau being part of the coup family, we think that if these become normative, if they are routinized to the point where it seems that this is normal, then it becomes an attractive or appealing alternative to democracy. And if the propaganda fair that we are observing is sustained, then to that extent, the efficacy of our democracy is compromised as such. What can we do? So we are thinking recommendations. First, we have mapped out a three-tier layer of ways by which journalists have tried to or can attempt to resist the paralyzing effects of rights abuses. In the first line of defense, we have seen that it is possible to abandon mainstream digital and social media platforms and to use the alternatives that offer encrypted messaging, such as Telegram and Signal. So they have, in fact, most of them would say that they no longer use mainstream telephone conversations and so on. They engage via WhatsApp or other more secure platforms in order to sidestep or circumvent the surveillance oversight of the state. In the second line of survival mechanisms is the option of leaving the jurisdiction, and many have relocated or have left the country for fear of being victimized, and so are exercising their journalism, if they are at all, in the diaspora, and report from the safety of that distance. Less effective, but better than none at all. And then there is the possibility of using extra national spaces and platforms, just as we are doing here in civil society, by leveraging also the institutions of international organizations and of the regional organization, ECOWAS specifically, to we do know how some remedies have been achieved, at least in principle, if not in effect, by accessing the facilities of the ECOWAS Court for Justice in lieu of the national legal systems that have been essentially captured. So whilst journalists have shown immense adaptive resourcefulness, is the point we make, these are only temporary and do not guarantee or assure sustainable protections. In the meantime, so we have devolved our recommendations based upon these observations according to, in three phases. First of all, recommendations towards governments and actors, especially within the countries in question. We are suggesting, and I think it's perhaps, as if you assess the report itself, because this unfairly summarizes the recommendations perhaps are the most far-reaching or important in this conversation. If we can access those and acquaint ourselves with the full width of recommendations we make, the highlights of which are that governments should revise the cyber laws that criminalize expression and to restore their mandates under existing laws rather than under the oversight of the existing regime, that they should provide immediate, transparent, and public accounting for especially journalists who have been missing or unaccounted for. We cite the examples in Burkina Faso and I think in Mali. We have recommendations. Perhaps this is the most promising or consequential. This is the space in which we can do something directly about for media and civil society, that we should not relent in documenting and in exposing these violations in ways that can provide in themselves data or evidence, is its own advocacy, to provide public scrutiny and attention to these violations, to build cross-border or cross-country or cross-sector coalitions. So this room has assembled people not just from mainstream media, but from other civil society actor organizations. Those kinds of solidarities can only strengthen the capacity and voice and outreach of the efforts that individual countries or individual actors may be making. The whole is, they say, usually greater than the sum of the parts. We should invest also in secure communication infrastructure in the meantime in order to sidestep or circumvent the challenges of surveillance and other kinds of snooping. We make recommendations finally to international partners and actors that if they would make press violation monitoring and so on prime and priority agenda matter, if they would, in that regard, provide and deploy resources in the course or in the service of actors within the context, and if they will call upon the international community to do more by way of sanctions on those who perpetrate these rather beyond just rhetorical tropes, it can help and be far-reaching in its outcome. And finally, we make the call for the need for multi-year structured support. Usually one-off interventions just do not sustain their effect, and any support that usually is extended within only a calendar year are just events, they do not address the issues as issues in a sustained and lasting way. All right, I think this may be my last slide. All right, yes. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Gilbert Tieta, the lead consultant on the research that led to this report. So we will hold on with our questions for now and proceed to launch the report, after which we'll just go straight into the panel session. And what we'll do is that we would just take maybe a round of responses from the panelists, and then we come back to the floor. We would open the floor as early as possible so that the questions and answers can all feed in, and we don't take so much time or take too much time with the panel, but we'll just open it up so that people can engage even more. So at this point, I would like to invite back our keynote speaker, Mr. Hamadu Tidiane, to help us do the launch. While he joins us, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Chukwuemeka Mba, Deputy Director, Office of the Director General, Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution. Thank you very much for joining us. And then I also have Madam Stephanie Adams-Douglas, Director of Communication, Justice Research Institute, Nigeria. Thank you for joining us. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Thank you again, Abigail. I think this is going to be the shortest sessions of all. I just have to announce you that the report is officially launched. From now on, it will be accessible online, probably in English first, and afterwards in French. Now, one little remark. Usually when we issue or publish these reports, okay, we get them, whether it's physical or online, we read the title, we read a couple of lines, and we disappear. I think with all that has been said, it would be good to make as much as possible to make sure that we promote the content of the report, that we use it in our writings for those who are reporters, we use it for advocacy for those who are in civil society, and for those who are in academia, to try and share it with their other colleagues. I believe the foundation's media or outreach or marketing team has a major role to play in helping promote this report. So let me again declare that the report is launched. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tidiane. Yeah, so as I said, we'll quickly move into the panel session. And I'd like to invite up here the panelists.
Mr. Austin Aigbe is with Wademos. Please have a seat up here. And we also have Mr. Isine Ibanga of WatchSIC. I think, Dr. T, you may have to join us on the panel so that if there are questions directly on the reports, you can respond to them. So if you can quickly join us. I'm supposed to be the moderator, and because there are 3 seats, I'll be here. I'll be standing here to speak to the panel. So please, if you can join us up here quickly so that... okay, please. And there is another panelist joining us virtually online. Okay. I don't know if I have the permission to... Okay. So we have a journalist in exile who is joining us virtually. So as Dr. T indicated in the report, for purposes of mitigating risks to such, we would keep the, even though I see the name somehow, somewhere. Yeah. Okay, so you're all very much welcome. Just before we get accused of assembling only males as, please, I'm supposed to be here to balance the equation. So it doesn't look like we've assembled a manual. So yeah, just for the records. Thank you all very much for joining us on the panel. I probably will start with Austin from the Wademos point of view. You look generally at the contextual, the bigger governance issues in the region. How does this report, how do you receive this report in terms of detailing the specific attacks on press freedom and how those challenges then affect how we even advance democratic governance in the region? How do you receive this report, having heard the findings presented so far?
Hello. I would have loved to speak French because the keynote speaker already has spoken in French, so I will speak in English. Right. Well, I was looking for you to greet you formally, Suleiman. It's good to see you almost about 5 years afterwards. All right, thank you very much. Indeed, a great question. Let me begin by saying that for us as Wademos, an injury to one is an injury to all. The media, it's more like, if you look at the media as a broad entity, those who face targeted persecution are journalists who belong to the civil society. So when any member of the non-state actor is attacked, it is a business of all in the non-state actor or in that sector. I say this because we've had to stand up strongly. Just 2 days ago, we were responding to journalists. 3 of them arrested recently in Senegal because the assumption is that they are insulting the president. If we abandon those 3, many more, like the keynote speaker has said, that they are deliberately targeted because there's an assumption that they belong to the other party. In this case, I think it will agree with me, the party of Sonko, Ousmane Sonko. And you know the crisis between Sonko and Faye in Senegal. If you bring that up to the area of the research, Burkina Faso, the abuse in that country, you dare not, whether you're a member of the civil society or in the media, you dare not accuse or go against our friend and brother, Captain Traoré. You may not agree that he's your friend and brother. Leave the position as general, it will come back to our sector. So they tell you when they were there is different, but when they move, it's different. So we must find a way, and I've argued at Wademos, when the issue about state intervention to try to appeal to these military heads of state to step back in ECOWAS was not working. We mobilized elders in the region, civil society, to move in. But you'll be shocked what we saw. While the conversation was on in meeting these authorities, whether in Niger or Burkina Faso, they are moved into the room to say, please, no cameras. No cameras. Before you know what was happening, their own camera came in. And when the report was made, aired on television, they have said that this civil society have come to solidarize with the military heads of state. That country, the three of them, have become area of high-level disinformation, what you can refer to as FIMI. There's a high level of foreign manipulation, information manipulation and interference in that country. Russia being a strategic partner for those information. And they are strong. If you understand how much Russia puts into disinformation, all of us in this room, we won't be able to fight them. That is why, as I don't know how long we have, let me quickly go to the report. The report recommendation, I would like us to leave here, as the keynote speaker said, let's not make this meeting another kind of meeting. What I heard recently, please find attached the report of the conference. Let's move beyond please find attached by engaging in this room to provide that solidarity. Anyone that is attacked in Ghana, let Nigeria amplify the case. Because if you amplify it in Ghana, you may become a target by the Ghanaian government. I'm not saying that John D. Mahama may have that posture, but I'm actually referring to these three states. Niger, a member of the CDD board, left a meeting in Abuja, got to Niger, got to his house, he was arrested. Many of you know the story. He's been in prison since 2024. I'd like us to leave this meeting with a renewed commitment to actually engage in solidarity. And that's what Wadimos stands for. Democracy Solidarity Network. Ours is to identify anyone outside of your own country and raise the flag for them so that you don't become the victim. Because no, you won't become a victim in your own country. You can only become a victim in the country where you are. So what I'm saying is that if you are from Ghana, there's an issue in Burkina Faso, Niger, Bissau, or whatever, you can speak for them. But they need to be able to provide information through E2E, that end-to-end, that encrypted message, so we can get the right fact and not again engage in false information. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I hear you, you seem to be suggesting that even though as civil society, we thought we have collaborated together, from the report's findings, you hear the emphasis on resilience. I think it also came up in the keynote address by our keynote speaker about resilience. Around this time, does it appear to you that as civil society we are not collaborating enough? Is that what you seem to suggest?
Maybe not exactly. Mm-hmm. But if you actually check most media events, when we talk about press freedom, it tends to truly be press as a journalist, even though sometimes you bring in civil society into the conversation. And if you get to where you have democratic backsliding, where it has to do with civil society, they tend to be narrowed. But I'm saying that these two entities, one, that those who are prosecuted, whether they're journalists, they belong to the civil society. Because what is civil society? If you have a breakdown, it is not NGO. It is those in the civic sector. There is a tripod. We have the state, the private sector, and the non-state sector. If you are not in the state, in this case, we assume that the state is the one with the instrument of cohesion. Then you have the private sector, the Dangotes of this world. Then you have the non-state sector. If you don't belong to these two, you are actually on this side, including the churches and the mosque.
Right. I'll move to WACHSIG. I think WACHSIG also recently issued their own report about the situation when it comes to journalists and many of them who are in exile. Yes. How do you also receive this report?
I don't think this is different from what we found in our study. And essentially between 2023 and now, that's January, it reflects the same findings, and some of the things most of the findings are almost similar, but that Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali. And in fact, in this past few years, the number of journalists who have gone into exile are huge. And leading with Burkina Faso leading. Burkina Faso is leading the table. Now, we found that during this period, between 2023 and now, there have been 38 sanctions that have been targeted at media organizations in the alliance of the Sahel states. 26 of the 38 sanctions targeted foreign media organizations are because they have the funds, they have the personnel, they have equipment to go in to do some of the stories the local journalists, local, not in any attempt to demean, the indigenous journalists did not do. And so when these stories come out, the authorities are not happy. And so they will sanction them, sometimes ban them, send them away. Now, we had 48 documented cases of arrest, sanctions, and attacks on journalists, directly on journalists, in the 3 countries. And then 31 journalists were forced into exile in the 3 states, with Burkina Faso having 21, 7 from Mali, and 3 from the Niger Republic. These are not things we should be proud of. And whether these 3 states still belong to ECOWAS or remain as it were, like he said, Austin said, we should be concerned. What's jig because of my experience in exile. I fled Nigeria in 2021, and this brings a very serious issue I want us to think about. In our respective countries, we get journalists to go investigate, nose around, get the stories, and get published. And when I was in the journalism school, it was, published and damn consequences. It is no longer so. You have to live to publish a story. And as journalists, if you are not alive, nobody tells the story of a hero or heroine after their burials. Everybody moved on as if nothing happened. Let me also raise this issue here. Perhaps you don't know, perhaps you know, or perhaps you are just in the ostrich. Sometimes our enemies are within us too. So when we are talking about them, who gives journalists out most times? Our colleagues. Not because you've done anything wrong to them, but because perhaps you are shining, or quote unquote, and seem to be the louder guy in the room. And so your movement and the things you're doing will get to places you never thought coming from your colleagues.
Okay. So again, I don't know what pushed you out of Nigeria into safe haven, but we also noticed the trend of transnational repression or proxy reprisals where so the journalist goes into exile and then the family is targeted. And that's also a way of silencing the journalist wherever.
Yes.
Is that an experience that you had, or perhaps also something that Watch 6 work has been able to come up with?
Yes. See, in my own case, I have a fatwa on my head already. It's still there. My own case was, and I want to advise journalists here, we learn every day. Please leave your family, leave your car, leave everything you are doing from social media. Leave them out. You do not need to prove what you have and what you do not have. I have a colleague, a former younger colleague of mine, now an editor, and every time churn out information, personal information about themselves, their children and everything. Unless you are not in this space, nobody knows my wife, nobody knows my child. She does not even bear my name. I cannot identify us.
You're not a celebrity journalist.
No, I don't want to be.
Okay.
I'm just Ibanga Isene. So when I fled the country, what we did was just to move, because a few persons knew my family, moved them somewhere. But it's not just moving. How do you survive when you move? I got to meet Anas at a point I was hungry for days. No food, no help. And it was Action Aid Nigeria that helped me to run away. And they had a budget for just 1 month. After 1 month in the street of where I was, there was no food again. There was nowhere to go. The hotel had, the payment in the hotel had finished. If Anas did not stop by to take me up, I don't know I could have committed suicide. So what are we doing about that situation? Most of the international organizations that have money, not talking of WASCHIC, they have money to organize events, journal reports. There's no money to support these vulnerable journalists, and when they are in trouble, nobody supports their family. Till today, I don't have support from my family. So I came back and I'm farming in addition to journalism, because there's nothing there. So don't do it if you've not prepared. So what WASCHIC does is we provide the best we can, because it can't be enough, to support your family, and take the family out. And that is also limited, because we can't keep you for a year or two. So the journalist, the investigative journalist, the activist, the whistleblower is still at risk. There are no ready-made or tailor-made solutions to solve their problems. And we should think about that. We cannot be talking about democracy, good governance, accountability, and transparency when we are not investing in protecting, preserving them. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. So there is this video we wanted to show on a situation. Where are my colleagues? Is the video ready? Okay. Just a very quick one about, so in September, a 75-year-old father of an exiled Guinean investigative journalist was abducted from his home. I think he was on his way to the mosque or something. And he's suffering all the violations you can think of because the son has gone into exile. I just wanted us to, yeah. Sorry. You may have to stretch a bit to take a look. The sound, please.
Before dawn, 75-year-old El-Haj Adama Keita. What happens when power can't silence a journalist? It goes after the family. September 29th, 2025. Before dawn, 75-year-old.
No, it's not being played from here. It's being played from.
What happens when power can't silence a journalist? It goes after the family. September 29th, 2025. Before dawn, 75-year-old El-Haj Adama Keita rises for morning. What happens when power...
Okay. All right. So maybe we can... I don't know what the technical challenge is, but so it's a campaign that we are also currently running at the organization, because just to highlight some of these challenges with the proxy attacks, you know. So once they are not getting through to the journalist, then they are also attacking your family, so that they keep silencing you, break you wherever you are. Can we end it so that we continue the discussion, or are you still going to be able to play it?
Adama Keita rises for morning prayers as he's done his entire life. He never reaches the mosque. Taken from his home. What happens when power can't silence a journalist? It goes after the family. September 29th, 2025. Before dawn, 75-year-old El-Haj Adama Keita.
Okay. All right. So we'll just continue with the conversation.
I'll come to you now, Dr. T. You led this research, and I know at some point when we're even looking for data collectors, it was a challenge in some of the countries because, I mean, people didn't want to be associated, people didn't want to come out. Even in this room, there are people who want to still hide their identity and all of that. You are a media trainer, you've been part of the civil society environment about advocacy for press freedom and all of that. What does this mean to you or to our fight for press freedom, for independent journalism, for media, and for also someone who even trains? How long are we going to be running this kind of advocacy to ensure that, yes, there is some sustainability in the work that we're doing? Because what you also found is the need for resilience in such a time like this.
Yeah, thank you. So I agree, and you are right. The particular experience with Burkina Faso was that we ended up relying upon secondary data, upon existing decrees, publications, stories, publicly available information, because we had to do at least 2 rounds of recruitment that failed because we could not, first of all, people were disinclined, but more importantly, the ethically responsible thing we thought to do was to prioritize questions of risk mitigation ahead of any insistence on gathering data. After all, the bottom line in all of these challenges is that the journalist is supposed to be telling the story, not to become the story. So when you are confronted with the dilemma of exposure that shines light on violations or on perpetration of wrong, and surviving to tell the story another day, you perhaps, the choice should be made in favor of living to tell the story another day. Part of the optimism is on the assurance that the principles always outlive the perpetrators of wrong and violation. So we can, so long as we sustain the activism and the attention and effort, whilst it can seem discouraging for lack of immediate outcome or result, there's also, as they say, virtue in the value of trying. Because the alternative is to not try at all. And whilst it may seem that the lack of evidence directly seems to say your work is not making much impact, just guess or fancy what would have happened if these things were to not come to light or public attention. The impunity would even be more far-reaching.
You see, I asked that question because at some point, you know, some journalists within relatively democratic context may not identify with the depth of the challenge so much. Yeah. But there is someone online from Benin who is, for instance, asking, so looking at the findings, what can Benin learn? Yeah. Because then it means there is also someone sitting outside of the 4 countries that were captured in the report to say, okay, now it looks like this thing is coming closer than we thought. Yeah. So what can we also do as journalists? What can we also even do to protect ourselves and hold our community alive before we completely lose it?
You're right. I think, so just to repeat what my 2 colleagues have already said for the sake of the person who asked the question who may not have heard it, or at least emphasis, repetition can reiterate the point, that a certain kind of solidarity is invited or inevitable in this regard. When people do not see victims of rights violations as a matter for themselves to deal with, but to reorient their perspectives in a way that is, when it affects one, it affects all, then you are in a better position, say in Benin, where perhaps there's a little more wiggle room to express a complaint, to do so on behalf of, after all, we are a common community. So in our commonwealth of interest in the service of journalism, we ought to, when somebody's voice has been muted, to speak up on their behalf. Because as you have observed, these things can always, history repeats itself, it can always be our, so that when it becomes your turn, in fact, there are many ways in which the example of Benin just show that it's only, they are only treading tentatively on the threshold or on the periphery, which then means that it should be possible for others to speak on their behalf. We don't intend it or wish it, but if this were to happen to them. So I think the call that has been made about solidarity is a useful one to heed, because there's always, even synergies produce multiples of, far-reaching voice and effort than people working individually.
Right, thank you. We'll hear from our journalist in exile. Is he online? Okay. I thought I would see a silhouette or something on. But if you can hear me, we just want to hear from you. For instance, at what point you felt so unsafe that at this point you decided that, okay, let me leave this country before. And having been in exile for I don't know how long, how safe do you feel? Is your family safe? How has that impacted your reporting? Do you still report? Because we've had instances where we've hosted a few at the Media Foundation, and even when they walk in town, they are not in their countries, but even when they walk in town, elsewhere where they are in exile, they are so careful, extremely careful. So I don't know how it has been for you and probably impacted your work as a journalist, if you can hear me.
Oui.
Hello, technical
Bonjour tout le monde.
Assistant
Merci de me donner la parole. Allô, vous me recevez? Ok. Alors, donc, pour répondre à votre question, je dois dire que c'est vrai que mon exil a été acté définitivement à partir de 2023.
Okay, so we will move on. I don't know what technical challenges we are having there, but hopefully we are able to resolve that now. I will move the conversation onto the floor. As I said,
okay.
Having heard the findings of the report, if there are comments, contributions, we want to hear from you as well, especially from, countries like Sierra Leone, Liberia, where Dr. Zoe, you are smiling. It looks like things are, but even those countries still have their own problems. Mr. Malcolm, we want to hear from Liberia as well. And then generally from Niger, those who are comfortable in the room to speak. So, is the journalist online now?
C'est bon, je peux continuer?
So how about you do that? So the journalist is online, the interpreters can hear him, but we can't hear, the room can't. Okay, so what we'll do is that maybe he should speak, you do the interpretation. So can someone come? No, instead of using the headset, then we'll just do it, so that Hello, can you say something?
Oui, je vous entends. Vous m'entendez?
Perfect, perfect, perfect. Yes.
Ok, merci, merci.
It's French, so the Anglophones, we need help. I don't know how you survive.
Donc, je disais que mon exil a été définitivement acté en fin 2023. Mais je dois dire que c'est vrai, 2023, on était déjà sous la junte militaire. Mais je dois vous préciser que les premières alertes qui m'ont déjà mis sur la route de l'exil, à partir desquelles j'ai commencé à prendre mes dispositions, notamment à mettre ma famille à l'abri hors du Burkina, ont commencé déjà en 2020. Vous souviendrez qu'en 2020 déjà, on était encore sous régime en griffe démocratique sous le président Roch-Marc Christian Kaboré 2020. Voilà. Déjà, c'était à cette période que j'avais commencé à m'inquiéter de ma sécurité et de celle de ma famille. Si bien que j'avais déjà commencé à mettre ma famille hors du Burkina depuis 2020 déjà. Pour vous dire qu'il n'y a pas seulement que le régime militaire que les journalistes ont à s'inquiéter pour leur sécurité. Dans mon cas précis, c'est depuis le régime dit démocratique que mes premiers soucis avec ma sécurité ont commencé au Burkina en 2020. Où une nuit, déjà en janvier 2020, on est venu me jeter du feu à la maison. C'est par la grâce de Dieu que ma famille soit indemne de cette étape-là. Donc, déjà 2020, ma famille était déjà hors du Burkina. J'ai fait plusieurs pays de la sous-région pendant cette période, jusqu'à ce que en fin 2023, avec la junte, les choses se sont considérablement dégradées, au point où je n'ai plus mis pied au Burkina depuis fin 2023. Mais avant ça, en 2020 et 2023, j'étais entre le Burkina et certains pays de la sous-région où j'avais commencé déjà à séjourner pour des raisons de sécurité avec ma famille. Donc, voilà un peu ce que je peux dire par rapport à votre question.
Okay, all right, thank you. So we've also picked up information that journalists who resort to exile usually deal with some threats or executions of legal proceedings against them. There is also physical harm, surveillance, kidnapping, and then even outside of your own country, sometimes you are not sure of your citizenship status, because at some point you're almost like a fugitive in another man's land. Is that the same experience you had at some point?
Absolument. Si vous avez bien suivi, je vous ai dit que j'ai fait beaucoup de pays de la sous-région. Ça s'explique exactement par cet état de fait. Parce que même quand tu quittes ton pays, tu vas dans un autre pays, surtout quand c'est des pays voisins, tu n'es toujours pas hors de danger. Et dans mon cas, si je vous ai dit que j'ai fait plusieurs pays, c'est parce que dans un premier pays où j'étais, je me sentais plus en sécurité, j'ai dû changer de pays. Et dans le second aussi, je me sentais plus en sécurité, j'ai changé encore. Et jusqu'à ce que je suis en train de changer. C'est pour vous dire qu'on n'est jamais à l'abri nulle part. Surtout aujourd'hui, avec tout ce qu'on sait comme expérience que les journalistes ont vécu, ceux qui sont morts, notamment dans le cas du journaliste saoudien qui a été assassiné dans le consulat de son pays. On a plusieurs cas qui montrent que, quel que soit là où tu vas, tu n'es jamais à l'abri. Donc, il faut toujours être sur le qui-vive, être prêt à partir à tout moment. Et dans mon cas, c'est ça. J'ai été plusieurs fois alerté, souvent même par des contacts au sein de la police burkinabé et des amis qui me contactent, qui me disent « Fais attention, là où tu es, on a des agents qui sont là, qui sont à la recherche de tous ceux qui sont là-bas, qui sont des voix discordantes, qui font ci, qui font ça. » Voilà, tu es sur une liste. On m'alerte chaque fois et je suis obligé de partir. Donc, pour vous dire que, quel que soit là où on se retrouve, il faut toujours être sur le qui-vive, il faut être toujours prêt à prendre des dispositions de dernière minute pour se mettre toujours à l'abri. Voilà.
Well, if there are any questions or comments or contributions, as I said, Dr. Sowa, okay, please. If you feel okay to introduce yourself, fine. If you do not, it's fine. Please, can we, yeah.
Hello. Hello. Hello, good afternoon. I am Francis Sowa from Sierra Leone, representing the Media Reform Coordinating Group, the local partner for the MFWA in Sierra Leone. First, thanks to Tidiane for that brilliant statement. I personally like your point on what to do, the three things I noted, documenting cases of violations of press freedom and freedom of expression. That, I think, is the way forward. The only way we can be able to address these issues is when those cases are documented, and then we go into evidence-based advocacy around them. Dr. Tiete's submission, the last 3 points on the digital hygiene, the geographic evasion, and the supranational appeal, these are good ways to go. Where is my intervention proper? I think you are focused on the Sahel region for obvious reasons, but with resources being available, there is a need for a bigger report covering the West African region, principally because there will have been no military coups in certain countries, but the trends and patterns in those countries with the military coups as regards press freedom, they are similar or they are the same. Politicians are very clever. They know that the legacy media is not the go-to place in terms of platforms. Everybody has gone to social media or new media platforms, which is why they have no problems now in repealing criminal libel laws, which mostly target and affect the legacy of traditional media. To my point of view, I think we are either complacent or we are not fast enough to recognize when they started bringing up laws on the social media platforms. And the argument has been on the misuse of the platforms. But interestingly, the same trends by way of suppressing press freedom, using criminal and seditious and other anti-press laws are similar to what we find today in online media regulations. For example, and I close on this, look at Sierra Leone. You look at the Cybersecurity and Crimes Act of 2021. Just 1 year after we hailed the repeal of criminal and seditious libel laws in 2020, the Media Foundation worked with us and SLAJ. We did a position paper, and in the work of the Media Foundation, almost everything they predicted about the dangers of having a cybersecurity law, we are seeing them right in front of us. For example, if you look at Section 44 of that said act, which talks about cyberbullying and cyber stalking, no one would have imagined that that would be eventually used against media practitioners. So the wordings of the legislation themselves, they are not very smart not to use the obvious thing, the obvious expressions we can see quickly as media practitioners. But today, almost all cases dealing with suppression of press freedom and freedom of expression generally in Sierra Leone, they are around Section 44, which on a normal day, when you read it, you will think it's about protecting everybody. But the reverse is not about suppressing press freedom. Because it is inside there, you begin to see things like publishing false publication. But from the normal point of view, cybersecurity and cyberbullying should not be talking about those kinds of things. So I'll end by saying that whilst we have put tremendous effort in looking at laws relating to legacy media, it's high time we started paying more attention to all of these laws, which they point to us as safeguarding the online space, which we now see in practice affect freedom of expression. So I think Doc has some more work to do if resources are available. I would love to see a comparative study looking at the democratic backsliding within the context of those with military coup and other governance issues, but then also look at even what we call stable democracies, or a little bit of normal ones, and you will observe, I suspect that the trends are similar. And if we are not careful, all what people like Professor Kaikai and others have done years ago is like they are repeating now in a very subtle way that we have to be careful not to go back into a state in which all the gains will be reversed like that. Thanks to MFW and thanks to everybody for a good work, but I think more work needs to be done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Sowa. Okay, so I'm going that way. Mr. Malcolm Joseph, let me take, sorry, I don't know your name, but please go ahead. Yes.
Oui, bonjour. Mon nom est Kani Abdoulaye. Je suis défenseur des droits humains et je viens du Niger. Merci beaucoup. J'ai suivi d'abord l'introduction du doyen Si et du rapport. Je voudrais c'est vraiment une contribution et sur le cas du Niger et ce que j'ai vu. Je pense que les attaques, comme ils l'ont dit, peuvent venir aussi bien des États ou des autorités que souvent de notre responsabilité à nous aussi dans ce que nous faisons. La première des choses que je voudrais dire, c'est par rapport à la loi sur la cybercriminalité, la lutte contre la cybercriminalité au Niger. Vous remarquerez l'histoire de cette loi, dans l'histoire de cette loi, que c'est une loi qui a été prise d'abord au moment où il y avait un régime démocratique, qui a suivi après une modification en 2023, quand on a mené une pression sur le gouvernement d'antan pour demander que les peines anti-liberté soient transformées en peines en amende. Puis, en 2024, il y a eu une modification subséquente où aujourd'hui, même quand vous dites quelque chose de vrai sur quelqu'un, vous pouvez aller en prison pour ça. Et notre lutte que nous avions menée, que nous continuons de mener, c'est quoi? C'est de faire la distinction, que cette loi puisse faire la distinction ou cette ordonnance entre le journaliste, le défenseur des droits humains, l'activiste, le blogueur, du citoyen lambda. Parce que nous avions dit qu'au Niger, il y a quand même la loi de 2010 sur la liberté de la presse qui dépénalise le délit commis par voie de presse. Ça veut dire quoi? Pour aller sur la conclusion du doyen ainsi, c'est que le gouvernement ou l'État du Niger a donné par la main droite pour retirer par la main gauche, parce que lorsque le journaliste part devant un juge, on lui applique plutôt la loi sur la lutte contre la cybercriminalité. Et à côté de ces deux lois, j'aurais aimé, puisque c'est vrai, c'est une synthèse, j'aurais aimé voir aussi la loi de la lutte contre le terrorisme et la loi sur l'interception de certaines communications numériques qui ne fait pas aussi la distinction entre journalistes, défenseurs de droits humains, blogueurs et le citoyen lambda. Je finirai par ceci. J'ai vu effectivement que depuis 2024, que la maison de la presse du Niger est suspendue. Mais je voudrais simplement vous dire, et certainement beaucoup d'entre vous le savent aussi, que ce n'est pas du fait du gouvernement, c'est du fait aussi du comportement des journalistes entre eux qui a amené effectivement le gouvernement à prendre une décision de suspension de la maison de la presse parce que des fausses informations ont été données par certains journalistes contre ceux qui dirigeaient la maison de la presse en son temps. Et ça a donné ce que ça a donné. Parce que je ne suis pas quand même au secret, je ne suis pas au secret de tout ce qui s'est passé. Et c'est ça vraiment, ça cause énormément de problèmes. L'autre aspect, c'est pour appuyer la documentation. Parce que quand vous partez souvent, surtout au Sahel, on n'a pas la culture du contentieux. Non. C'est pourquoi souvent vous verrez qu'il n'y a pas il n'y a pas assez de documentation. Et quand nous étions encore à la CEDEAO, vous remarquerez qu'à la cour de la CEDEAO, des pays comme le Niger ne sont pas beaucoup présents à la cour de la CEDEAO sur des cas de violation des droits humains. Je pense que cette recommandation est une très bonne recommandation et surtout accompagner. Je pense qu'il faut accompagner les médias, accompagner les journalistes à exister d'abord. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, c'est une question même d'existence. Il faut les accompagner à exister. Je pense que c'est une importante contribution de mon point de vue que feraient les partenaires, surtout un partenaire comme Media Foundation, pour que l'existe. Parce qu'il faut que les médias existent et que les journalistes existent pour que la profession de journaliste puisse exister. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So I'll move on to Mr. Malcolm Joseph.
Joseph, and I'm from Liberia. I'm from the Center for Media Studies and Peace Building, and it's the national partner of the Media Foundation for West Africa. Basically, we need to get a message across that press freedom should not be perceived as a right to journalists, merely as a right to journalists. Instead, it should be seen as one of very strategic pillars of democracy in our respective countries. We're talking about testing, the testing of press freedom. It's not basically, I agree, there are countries in our region that have still have some repressive laws, but we equally have some good laws in some of the countries. The challenge, where the challenge lies, is how we can be able to actualize, or our governments be able to implement those laws that are on the books. My colleague from Sierra Leone supported a recommendation in terms of documenting these cases, which I 100% support. But I think we should go beyond documenting the cases. We should begin the process, if we have not been doing it, begin the process of trying to litigate some of these issues, where we can be able to take our governments to task. I take you back to Liberia, a current situation that is obtaining. In recent time, there was a policy that came from the civil service director that no civil servant should divulge any information to journalists or anybody except they get approval from the Director General. And this is something those of us who have been the vanguard on access to information in Liberia found very troubling. So we've been working with the Information Commission, which is supportive of our position, but it is a governmental institution. So therefore, we are taking the lead. We are taking the government to court, because it's a direct violation of the Freedom of Information Law in Liberia. So I just thought to share this so that we don't just document cases and maybe do the advocacy, have the press conferences, and then just sit down with it. We should be able to challenge the authorities using the law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Madam, Mr. Malcolm Joseph, thank you. Please use the microphone on the table.
All right, thank you for the opportunity. Well, I want to talk about prevention. My name is Gloria Ballas, and I'm a lawyer. There is a Hello, do you hear me now? Okay, thank you. Now, there's a sense of deja vu that comes from just hearing the story of the journalist online that is from Burkina Faso, because it feels like we've done this before. In 2011, lawyers under Pan-African Lawyers Union, and I was one of them, we filed the case of Norbert Zongo at the African Court of Human and People's Rights. And judgment was delivered in 2015. There were, I think we were about 4. There was Professor Odinkalu, there was myself, there was the lawyer Benewende from Burkina Faso, and then Dondea from Tanzania. And at the end of the day, 1 million USD was delivered as the judgment sum. And I do remember the very touching time when the widow, Genevieve Zongo, hugged us and said all she wanted was a situation where the court will acknowledge that her husband didn't have to die. Yet, at the end of the day, she didn't have a husband. And when I see these issues, because aside from that case, these cases recall, you almost feel this thing happening in different countries, but it's the same plot. And I'm asking, are journalists, investigative journalists especially, and active citizens going to be alive to have a seat on the table, or are they going to be the menu? And this is something that we have to think through, because documenting doesn't preserve the story. Look, there aren't many people who are working in that space. So we're talking about endangered species that we have to be able to protect and preserve, because their preservation is directly linked to the preservation of good governance and democracy in the space. Now, speaking of democracy, we're talking about the 3 states in the Sahelian states, and we're also comparing that with the democratic states. We are now at the point where is the governance going to be about the process, or is it about the outcome? Under the military regime, are they getting it better than democracy, or is democracy getting it better than the military regime? So there is a crisis of the quality of governance, which also is directly linked to, there's a straight line that runs through that with the quality of journalism that we have. And therefore, my recommendation will be practical, that when journalists are working on sensitive stories, please, before you release the story or while at it, can you prioritize your safety, even if that means running away to another country? That running away that happens after you've released the story, can you do that before? Can you find a way of decentralizing the story in such a way that the story goes out, but you are alive? For those of us in Nigeria, we remember the Radio Kudirat time and how the shortwave was used. I mean, they were able to achieve that. Unfortunately, there was a casualty, but it could have been worse. So we have to start thinking through safety. I don't think we should tie courage to just people who have been silenced, who lie stiff and cold and cannot speak anymore. Because like Ibanga said, and this is true, when these people go, their families are abandoned, their stories are abandoned, and then all of that effort, what does it sum up to? One last thing that I will say, and I yield. I want to say that both journalists and active citizens need to think through economic empowerment as something that is part of the job. Because if you run away, even the supporters themselves, they would only give you a short period of time. And so even the process of protecting yourself requires economic empowerment so that you are able to protect yourself, protect your family, which is also why you have to be alive, because with the way the economy is calibrated, you constantly have to work to earn. But over and above all, this is a good time to pay great tribute to those who have fallen in the line of duty, and our colleagues, whether in this room or out, who are paying so much price, maybe not the supreme price, but just the inconveniences of having to keep this continent and this region in one space and to keep it going. I hope that you realize that your sacrifice is not in vain. And it probably would have been worse for all of us, but for the work that you're doing. But please stay alive, it's very important.
Thank you for that contribution. And that's Gloria Lawyer Gloria Baluson, Chief Executive Officer and founder of the House of Justice Group. She's also a member of WANAMDEL, and WANAMDEL is the West Africa activist and media defense lawyers. It's actually a pro bono group of lawyers that has been constituted by the Media Foundation for West Africa to help support some of the legal challenges that journalists and activists face within the region. So thank you. And I'm told she's also here with Mojirago Ogula. The way she's nodding alone. Mojira Ogulana, the Chief Executive Director of DigiCivic. Thank you for coming. She's also a member of WANAMDEL. It's good to have you here so that at least when we talk about the pro bono group of lawyers that has been constituted, there are real faces that we can put to that. So thank you for making time to join us. Now, okay, so someone from MRA, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Ayomide Reje from Media Rights Agenda, and Mrs. Mujira, it's good to meet you. I don't know you, but I know your name. Anyways, so just to add to the recommendation, documenting the attacks is good, but then we need to, as journalists and then as civil society, we need to do more of continuous reporting, right? Because sometimes when these attacks happen, it's in the moment, we break the news as journalists, and then we let it go. We move on to the next breaking news, the next hot news. What happens to when we continuously report it? It is at this stage, this is what is happening right now, this person is here, this person has been in exile or has been in jail or something like that. So continuous reporting, I believe, works. And then, of course, we can also campaign against making offenses of freedom of expression into not criminalizing it, for instance. So this should be civic cases. They should be treated as civil cases, not criminal cases. Not so false reporting shouldn't be treated as criminal cases. Defamation shouldn't be treated as criminal cases. They are civil cases and should be treated as such. And then in terms of litigation, we should encourage media houses not to shrink from litigation. Because we've had situations where we are already in court for the journalist. We are in the process of going to court, and then the person is calling and saying, oh, my editor wants this dropped, my publisher wants it dropped. So we should encourage media houses that in as much as you are thinking about your income, you're thinking about getting adverts from these people, you should remember that your first job, your first purpose should be safeguarding your workers, should be safeguarding journalists. So don't be scared, so to speak, of going to court for these people, right? And then and again, one thing we need to know is that these attacks, these civic space violations, is rapidly involving citizens too, ordinary citizens. So we can say that journalists are in the heat of it, right? But then with rapid growth of technology, with the digital space, we now see citizens being arrested for speaking up, citizens being targeted for speaking up. So we need to have that conversation too. We need to focus on that too, and that's just it.
Okay, thank you. So I have a couple of questions from our online audience. There's this one from Niger saying, given our situation in Niger, how can we continue to protect press freedom and journalists? Our umbrella organization, La Maison de la Presse, of which I am, was shut down within the first few weeks following the military coup of July 26, 2023. I don't know whether it's something you can speak to, but it's also a question to everyone in the room. And then there is this one from someone who works with West Af News saying, we have seen that levels of freedom of expression vary greatly from one group of country to another in West Africa, but where is censorship the most dangerous? In countries where it is overt and therefore visible and integrated into the framework of interpreting information, or in those countries where a semblance of freedom persist. So I don't know who will take that question also as we go along, but I think we've made the point about the fact that the violations are actually present in both democratic and, the military regimes, even though they vary in terms of degrees and in numbers. And then there is a question, so there's a question from Indira in Guinea-Bissau, and how can we deal with intimidation and the self-censorship that we are forced to practice in order to ensure our safety while continuing to fulfill our mission of informing the public about matters of public interest? And Indira heads the Sinjotex, which is also our national partner in Guinea-Bissau. And for Indira as a journalist, she's also somebody who's really gone through a lot of the intimidation when it comes to reporting. So these are some of the questions on the floor. I don't know if I have any more responses here. Otherwise, I'll move on to take maybe responses and final comments. Okay, so when she's done, I'll come up here, take final comments, then we wrap up. Now, we've had a lot of recommendations in the room. What we want to do after this is that we'll go and have lunch so we can be full enough to come back. And now we want to devise strategies because we've said a lot. What should we do? What should we all specifically do? Some journalists should stay alive to report the story, so ideally they should step out of their jurisdiction. But sometimes, I don't know what, and even Suleiman, I don't know what you think, but it's not all the time that you can leave the story with someone and move out and hope that that story will be published. It will become a different story altogether. So sometimes they also want to see to it that that story gets published, and then in the process they risk their lives. Okay, so please.
Thank you very much. Pronunciation, Mojirayo is my name. Mojirayo Gulano. Okay, so I've done a lot of cases with journalists, and I think one of the most precarious cases that we've had should be the NSAS case. Now I want to draw an analogy so that journalists can also pick something from there. So the main character for the NSAS case was moved out of Nigeria first. And then the only reason why that could happen was because she knew the right people to reach out to at the right time. So for every journalist, it's not enough for you to, be in that space where you feel that I want to write, this is who I am, this is what I do. You need to form the right alignments. I belong to a rapid response group. That rapid response group has big names in that group, the names of funders who are ready, for instance, for Nigerian journalists to help them to protect them, preserve their stories. So that kind of rapid response group exists. So a journalist cannot operate in silos. You need to connect with lawyers who are already in this kind of group so that should any problem arise, we can remove you from the system or from wherever you are. One protest in Nigeria, end governance protest, I think that was last year. Sorry, end bad governance protest. A journalist was seen on TV, it was captured, where police went to him, threw his cameras on the floor, rough-handled him, and they were doing different kinds of things. What happened to that journalist was, he knew me, he reached out to me and said, my things are removed, the police knows, they know my house, what can I do? And I said, can you calm down? So he made an application, and they asked him, do you know any lawyer that can verify and guarantee that you really are a journalist? And he reached out, and I gave him the reference. And that referral, what it did for him was, they told him, oh, we don't think this situation is such that that you need to leave the country. It hasn't gotten to that degree. But what we can do is replace all of your equipment that were destroyed at that moment. And that was what happened to him. So I believe journalists should connect, do the networks. Don't just operate in just journalists, that space. Reach out. We are available for you. People like us. You've mentioned One Amdel. We are here. We've been here. And we tell you, come to us, we do it. We do it because we love it anyways. I do it because I'm passionate about it. And I know Gloria does it because she's passionate about it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the assurances as well. We really appreciate that. Do I have any more contributions from the floor? Any suggestions? Okay, so now I'll move back to the panel for wrap-up comments. Is our journalist still online? Is he still online?
Oui,
because I would probably want to start with him and then come to... He's online. Okay, so we just want to hear your final comment. Do you feel supported enough? And given the situation you are in, what else, what kind of support do you think should be rallied for a lot of our colleagues who are still in exile? Not just yourself, but all the others. Like we got a list of about 38 somewhere who are in exile. What kind of support do you think should be channeled through to them?
Quel soutien moi, je pense que c'est d'abord le soutien psychologique, de savoir que on n'est pas seul. Et comme le disait l'intervenante qui parlait tout à l'heure, le fait d'être en réseau est très capital dans ce genre de circonstances. Et dans mon cas, mon principal soutien, ce qui me permet de tenir jusque-là, ce qui me permet de ne pas sombrer, c'est de savoir que je suis dans un certain nombre de réseaux avec des confrères, avec des juristes, avec des défenseurs de droits humains, vers qui on peut chaque fois se tourner pour avoir des épaules ou souvent poser la tête quand tout est vraiment dur, tout est vraiment insupportable. Et ça, c'est déjà le premier soutien qui est important. Quand on est en détresse, la première chose qui compte le plus, c'est de savoir qu'on n'est pas seul, qu'il y a des gens qui sont là, pour, ne serait-ce que vous écouter et ne serait-ce que compatir avec vous à cette douleur. Donc, c'est ça, c'est très important de savoir qu'on n'est pas seul. À plus de ça, maintenant peut venir les autres formes de soutien qui peuvent être les soutiens d'ordre matériel. Parce que là, qui dit exil, dit aussi des défis souvent existentiels, notamment pour pouvoir se prendre en charge, continuer à survivre avec sa famille en exil. Ce n'est pas toujours évident. À ce niveau aussi, je peux dire que j'ai eu une grande chance. Souvent, on dit à quelque chose, malheur peut être bon, mais le malheur qui m'est arrivé en 2020, c'est vrai, c'était un malheur, mais quelque part, ça m'a ouvert des portes telles que ce malheur, finalement, a été aussi la clé pour ouvrir beaucoup de portes auxquelles je ne pouvais pas m'attendre quand je n'étais pas encore dans cette épreuve. Il y a eu une telle manifestation de solidarité à l'international, des organisations que je n'avais jamais vues aux États-Unis, en Europe, tout ça, on volait à mon secours parce que quand cet événement a eu lieu en 2020, il y a eu une telle diffusion d'informations sur mon cas que beaucoup de personnes dans le monde entier ont été alertées et beaucoup de mouvements, beaucoup d'organisations de soutien aux journalistes sont venus à mon secours. Et jusqu'aujourd'hui, ça continue, ils ne m'ont pas laissé. Et ça, c'est à saluer. Voilà ce que je peux dire pour répondre un temps soit peu à votre question. Merci.
no time for me. The person did not reply, did not dignify me with a reply. I walked up to the journalism institute in Ghana. I went to the head of the department and said, I want to teach free of charge. I've been teaching, I was teaching in American University. Some of you met me in Yola, a visiting professor in the American University of Nigeria in Yola. I was teaching, I'm involved in research. And say, I want to teach free. Just give me transport to come. I'll eat my food. They didn't give me a job. To teach free of charge. I have won CNN awards. I've done so much work in Nigeria and outside Nigeria. I was not offered any opportunity. What do we do in this kind of situation? That is the practical thing to do is a media foundation should be sensitive when a journalist, if you hear that a journalist is in your country and has gone through this type of situation, please reach out. Find something to do for that journalist. I am alive today, and I'm, apart from God, that Anas heard of my situation. I never met Anas before. I've done stories, he has read my stories, and he has heard about what I do in Nigeria. I was in Kaduna. The last thing that made me leave the country was that my sources were being killed. And I've done a report on that. I think if I can publish a book, my sources were being killed and I was blocked on the street of Abuja here and was to be taken. I ran back to my village. They came to my village. That was when Action Aid took me out. And after that, life became miserable. So how I came back? Hunger. And I want to tell journalists who are into investigative journalism, if you are into investigative journalism, the approach now should be to have a sidekick, a side job. I'm farming now. I have farms. And I go to the farm, I come back, I sit down on my laptop, and I do stories. You need to have a second stream of income because this job is no longer paying bills. So we should, as organizations like Media Foundation and others, should now look for what to do to support journalists to have additional skills, especially investigative journalists. Armchair journalists, no problem. They will not have any issue because they'll write who says what to, and sometimes no effect. But for journalists who are asking the tough questions, who are going to look politicians eyeball to eyeball and write the stories that are true, that are verifiable, and which will attract consequences. Please, let's find ways of helping them have a different skill so that if he runs to your country, he will not look for journalism job and look for something else to do. Now, the last thing before I close out. When you are doing a very sensitive investigative story, I would want to suggest it should be a policy. That was what I started doing before this other one came and chased me. I was chased out. You go to a genuine organization, human rights organization, or activist, like a lawyer. Go to court. Take an affidavit that this is a story you are doing, and this story is in the interest of the public. Put that in the file. Let the lawyer hold it. The court has that affidavit, and you go about. When they come for you, that lawyer has an instrument to protect you. Because like sometimes I sneak into a place, disguise and doing stuff. When you are caught, if you are cut off from your lawyer and your family, you could be killed. So let there be that understanding, and then immediate judicial intervention. Get a restraining order when you know that something is coming. Shout, get Gloria and others to get a restraining order before it comes to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just two quick comments. So I was going to ask whether the pursuers had disappeared at some point. That also got you to come back. But before you respond, also to say that in all fairness to MFWA, we've hosted, I think, 2 or 3 journalists in exile working with us, like working with us at the organization.
Free job to just
yes. So perhaps the request wasn't escalated to a certain point where decision can be made, but it's something that we can take up when we go back. So at some point, do the pursuers disappear?
No, I just devised. I'm here.
Okay. They know you are here.
Whether they know, after this I'll disappear.
Okay.
I'll just get out of this place and I'm out.
Okay.
That's number. Then again, I don't leave trails. I don't leave my track. When I leave this place, I did not even look like this before. Those who know me know you. Gloria should have met me, because Gloria, you would not know me again. Now, you know me.
Okay. All right. So a quick intervention from our keynote so that we.
It's true, I've spoken too much, so I did not want to talk at all again. But just, I'm not understanding this issue of there's no support. All the journalists in exile I know, the journalists in exile I know have some support. And I know several organizations that are there, that if you're really a journalist who have trouble and people know that it comes from your work as a journalist, you get support. International as well as national. I can name a few. Maybe in the afternoon session we need to discuss it clearly, otherwise we can talk. There are organizations that support journalists. I think even the one who spoke online mentioned it. He's getting support that he was not even expecting. So let's...
Organization I worked for, I co-founded, and asked whether there was a problem. And the person told them that there was no problem because they were not called. There was no letter or no invitation or no call to the office. But when I was publishing these stories, they will close down the office. I was not where they are. I normally operate outside the office and everyone. When I publish these major stories, they would close the office for 2 weeks. Nobody would be allowed to be in the office. But when the crisis came, and they called because Action Aid applied, recommended me for the help. And they said, oh, nobody has called us to say we've written a story. Nobody. And so Rory Petros wrote back to, it almost killed me, that I was a con man I was trying to extort money from. It almost killed me. It almost killed. I needed to go for, for therapy. Yeah. Because I begin to question myself. And then again, a colleague of mine and very close friend of mine, in one of his classes, he teaches mass communication in the university, told me he's told his student that I killed my sources. I almost died. And he sent me a chat that I should stop killing my sources. Come on. It messed me up totally. Nobody kills, no serious journalist. Till today, I've not. No, I don't want to talk.
All right. Okay. We are sorry about that. Sorry. Okay. So, Mr. Igbe, just your reflections and wrap up.
Okay. Thank you. For me, I'm happy this conversation is on. I mean, like the keynote speaker said, there are a lot of support that exists. I mean, Committee for the Protection of Journalists is there. I think journalists, media, with Reporters Without Borders. There are many. But in this room, we know what it means to secure grant. Whether it's NGO or it goes through administrative process. And that's why my lawyer friends have said, you connect ahead. Don't connect to the day of trouble. Connect ahead of trouble. And my brother said, if you know you are writing a story and you yourself know that this story has a child, quickly start connecting. And that's why I proposed earlier. That why do you want to put yourself at risk? I privileged was in a meeting where activists at risk session, it was in New York. It was a John Soros event trying to support academics, activists, journalists, and the conversation was on. Part of what I begin to see was journalists who want to break the news. The journal, I think, you can quote me wrong, you can say I'm wrong, but this is my perspective. What is wrong in somebody posting your story that you have investigated? If the person is not, if the person is not at risk, can't that person? It's a trust-building issue. And that is why you have an MFWA. That network, I've got a story in Nigeria. If I release a story in Nigeria, it will burn me. Can somebody in Ghana publish it? And when he was talking, I'm happy he said Ghana. Today, John David Udway is in Ghana. Meanwhile, if he come to Nigeria today, that day will not go back anywhere. It's at risk in Nigeria, but it's enjoying. Okay, let me withdraw the word enjoying. Because I was in Ghana recently, I actually saw him. And I saw his environment. It has been taken in because of network. And your network is your net what? What network are you building? Are you alone? If you are alone, you will be alone. Oh. You must build together. You see, my brother from Sierra Leone mentioned, I was in the election, the 2023 election, where all of the disinformation that went out, you remember, is it the mother with issue of blood? You know, all of the woman with issue of blood, the woman with issue of data. And you remember how certain activists had to move out from Sierra Leone. It is more expensive to move out because of this kind of issue than creating a safe haven that if somebody who was to release that report in somewhere like Sierra Leone has reported it in Nigeria, and the news still get to Sierra Leone. It's network. I speak from Abuja here. I speak all the things I want to talk about. I look at fire in the face and I speak to him because whether he sees it or he doesn't see it, it's media aid, it's advisor. One day they will dress attention to some of those things that are coming from Nigeria. And that's why I'm saying that we need to unite and build a coordinated force to protect journalists, protect activists, protect active citizens. I had a conversation with Don Doya, Tanzania, and this conversation actually came up. How do we build? You can't be in Tanzania and born in Tanzania. Born outside, when they come to you, you become free. But get the right data out. Don't help to burn your country. I think that those who support Cybercrime Act and all of that, we're just having a side conversation. The truth is that if you look at that Cybercrime Act, there are positivity. But governmental institutions hide under the same law. So then you usurp your own right. And my keynote speaker said, without freedom, there is no democracy. And today, my first PhD work, I was looking at presidential system and democratic retrogression. That the presidential system has become a bane. So those are some of the things we need to talk about. And maybe just because of time, journalists, when I do fact-checking training, and I say to journalists, editors are gone. Hello? You have to defend what you release. Facebook, Twitter, etc., etc., has removed, people just wake up on the street, carry their camera, right? I'm not live, breaking news. And sometimes, most of those information, you may not know exactly the before the story, and you report. We have had to do a lot of country disinformation, which I think was not right when certain journalists, certain media news organizations had to post something that is wrong. We also need to do self-censorship, which I think is very key, already amplified here. On the table, sit on the table. For you to get the seat on the table, you have to bring quality to the table so that you don't become the menu. And I end very quickly. Somebody talked about military and democracy. The truth of the matter is that there are usurpation of power of citizens' rights in Rwanda. But people tell you, just shut up. After all, Rwanda is developing. But there is same usurpation of power in Cameroon or elsewhere. People tell you, but it's not development. Why? I bet this is not democracy. And the question of democracy, and as I think, all of us, civic actors, whether you are a journalist, you are in the civil society, you are a civic actor. You protect the right of ordinary people. You are a human rights activist. We must come together that when one is under pressure, all of us are under pressure. I end therefore.
Thank
that
you.
Niger, what you can do, just quickly speak to these two last questions. Niger, what you can do, because you are in a military regime country, get allies on the outside. Get information outside. Build a critical mass on the outside, which I call your local content on the international scene, which maybe theoretically you can call it globalization. Get the top, but bring it under. And finally, for Guinea-Bissau, we all need to work together. The same thing with Guinea-Bissau, you're also in a military regime, especially one where the president organizes his own coup. It is time that we all recognize that and criticize it as an Africans, as West Africans, so that they know that we are watching. But you cannot criticize it inside. It is better to do it outside. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Igwe. Dr. T.
Okay. Thank you, my colleagues. I think I've said it all. It's even a sobering moment for me personally. It perhaps reinforces the observation that has been made here that we should try to go beyond. By the way, much of the contributions I've heard around the room about amounting to recommendations actually reflected in the report. It's as if we anticipated you. So to that effect, I suggest we take a closer look at the content, especially of the recommendations. But beyond that, I feel like the reality check is that beyond what we are articulating in the recommendations and in the report is to try and operationalize those things. Because when people's personal testimony suggests that there is more to it than the talk, we have to know that we have a longer way to go. And I thank you, sir, for the open and heartfelt reflection. It helps to bring reality to some of the things we take for granted. I just wanted, I think because that question was directed somewhat to us about self-censorship, to say, I think we've made a point that self-censorship is the dominant expression of survival or strategy for self-preservation, but also the greatest manifestation or evidence of restriction or press freedom abuses. It's the most dangerous also because it could be, because people may be self-censoring without knowing it. And that would suggest that you have routinized yourself into accepting things as norm. When that happens, when there's no opportunity to speak out or be spoken for, then impunity perpetuates. But it may also be because you are aware but have kicked in your survival instincts. Either ways, it is not a useful prospect. Way out, as they have said, when we build coalitions and alliances, then somebody can speak out for us when we are unable, for reasons of context and so on, to do so ourselves. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Please, a round of applause for our panelists. You may take your seats now. Thank you so much for sharing with us. It's 13:59. What's that? A minute to 2 p.m. We want to quickly step out and do lunch and come back. But here are copies of the report. I'm not sure it's enough to go around for everyone, but the QR code is here, and I think pasted around. So you can also scan for the soft copy of the publication. At this point, thank you all very much. You've been a very engaging audience, and I like the spirit in the room. Please have lunch, as heavy or light as you may. But when we come back, we'll have some working sessions where we are devising specific strategies. Now, we've heard in the room that the organizations that are providing support for exiled journalists, where are those organizations? Maybe we'll do a mapping to see whether we can have names, contacts that we can also, keep engaging, so that when these issues come up, we can channel the right resources to the exiled journalist. Once again, thank you all very much. Please, let's do lunch and come back to the room at 3 p.m. Okay, at 2:45 p.m. So 2:45, we come back. Thank you very much. Okay, so please, the restaurant is inside the hotel. So you would have to go back into the hotel and thank you very much, our online audience. We are just taking a quick break. Please fix yourself something and we'll reconvene at 2:45. Thank you very much. 2:45 p.m. Nigeria time. Yeah. Hello. You're welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch and you feel okay and safe. No tummy issues, nothing. Okay. All right. We just want to continue from where we left off. We hope to be able to leave this room latest by 4:30 p.m. So at this point, as I said earlier, there's been a lot of recommendations coming through. What we want to do now is to specifically devise strategies in dealing with some of these things. If there are any tactics, if there is any strategy somebody has used to be able to deal with an issue, you can share that so that we can document that as well. So for now, we'll go into groups and work for about 30 minutes. Daniel, my colleague Daniel will be facilitating this session, Dr. Daniel Ampofo. Okay, so I can safely hand over now.
Okay, good afternoon. This is usually where all the blood vessels are directed to the stomach. And if care is not taken, people get relaxed. But it's also the time for us to do some brainstorming. So just as Abigail said, from the beginning and also based on the research report, we have tried to put together some action points for the purpose of the communique, but to also distill it further and be more practical and specific in our recommendations to relevant stakeholders. This group work has become necessary. So we'll have five groups, and in each group we have a simple task. Could you kindly project the task on the screen for me? So we have group 1 would be the government group. We'll have the media sector and civil society group, international and regional partners group, and we have a few more. So I think maybe we will just collapse a few groups to join the tables that we have so that we don't move around a lot. Maybe we'll start from here because the table is full. So this will be group 1. Someone should help me share the task. Yes. Yeah.
So just one, two.
Yes, just one for a table. So group 1, group 2. Group 1, group 2. We will kindly crave your indulgence to just turn around, and then we'll have a third group here. How many do we have now? 3 groups. And then maybe yes. So could you kindly, because you are 2, maybe you join the majority. We have, yeah. So, yes, 4 groups. Dr. T, Sule, you can join any of the groups. Maybe, I think this is closer and they are few, so kindly join them. So we have 4 groups. Okay, so we have quite a number of recommendations under the transitional and constitutional government. Please refer to the research report, the recommendation sections. You would realize that the recommendations have been thematized. You can have the soft copy. Yes, you can scan the QR code, the LALI, the QR code, so that people can just scan. Yeah. Okay. If you have already downloaded, please, you can push it in common platforms, common WhatsApp platforms, so that people can access it quickly. Under the recommendations, we have it under 5 themes. So there is transitional and constitutional government. We have regulatory bodies. We have media organizations and professional bodies. We have civil society organizations. Then we have international and regional partners. So in each group, we are all going to respond to the first theme, which is transitional and constitutional government. All groups will deal with that theme. And then group 1, you will add regulatory bodies. Okay, so you are looking at 1 and regulatory bodies. Then group 2, come again. Is it paginated? Go to the recommendation section. Yeah. Yes, the recommendation sections. Yeah. 44, okay. The hard copy page number may be different from the online one. So you are looking at transitional and constitutional government and media organizations and professional bodies, 1 and 3. And then group 4, you are looking at 1, transitional and constitutional government. At the same time, you are also looking at civil society organizations. And then this group, you would look at 1, transitional and constitutional government, and the international and regional partners. International and regional partners. Okay, so please write 1 and 5. So write 1. Okay. So you are doing 1 and 2. And then you are doing 1 and 3. Okay. So the task is very simple. For each category of stakeholder group you have been assigned, let's identify, based on the recommendations and the conversations that have happened so far, identify 1 single most urgent issue, 1 single most important issue that that particular stakeholder group must deal with. Having identified the issue, tell us specific practical action that should be taken in response to the issue. Name the specific body. So, for example, over here, we would have said regional bodies, we would have said ECOWAS. But within the ECOWAS body, if it is political affairs, be specific, let us know. Then in terms of partnerships, who is a very important stakeholder who needs to be consulted in dealing with the issue? And then how should we be able to see some progress within the 12 months? So we are looking at solutions that are possible in the next 24 months, but after 12 months, what kind of progress would we want to see that would assure us that our recommendation is achievable? Okay.
Country, all the countries.
So it could be national or regional. So you can be specific on just one country, or you can also pick an issue that will affect the entire region. Is it clear? So one here and one there. Okay. Because we would want to allow a lot of time for interaction in the plenary, let's give ourselves 20 minutes to do this. So just agree on one that is of greatest priority. Let us know who should lead that action. Yeah. You can nominate a group chair and a rapporteur or secretary who will help to write. And then you can also decide to have a nice name for your group. Yes, have a chair and a rapporteur or secretary, and then find a nice name for the group. If you need any clarity, please don't hesitate to draw my attention.
Let's see how we can that. Sir? Let's see how we can. 54. We can talk as a team. No, 44. He's explaining to us. My own is 54.
Which number is that?
1, 3.
1 and 3. So this is. So of all of these recommendations, and based on the conversations that have happened so far, which one do you think is so urgent that we need to tackle it? Is the most important thing to tackle. Then when you come here, we do the same thing. So at the end of the day, you are giving us two issues.
One from here, one from there.
You can do more fine, but at least two. One from here, one from there. But in each case, let us know what the issue is, what specific practical action can be taken by collaboration. Is it clear now?
So after selecting the two issues, we now answer these 5 questions per issues.
Yes, yes. So there's an example provided here. So for example, within 12 months, the ECOWAS Directorate of Political Affairs, working with relevant ECOWAS institutions and regional media freedom organizations such as MFBA, could or should establish a regional mechanism for monitoring and periodically reporting of press freedom violations. So you see that there's a specific action for the ECOWAS body to monitor the space, identify the issues, and use that issue to also inform their assessment of democracy and governance. How much time do you have? You have 20 minutes.
This one is this is a major one.
So just agree on what we think is the priority. So we are halfway through. We have about 10 minutes more. So you should be focusing on your second point by now.
Hello?
It looks like we'll need a little more time, so I'll be happy if you can wrap up the second one in the next 5 minutes. The conversations are getting very, very interesting. But we have to end somewhere. We have to move it from group level to plenary. So please wrap up. Please wrap up. There is an email. Send your soft copy to daniel@mfwa.org. Please send the test to the email provided. Okay, let's wrap up. Let's wrap up. Our time is up. We'll continue the conversation in plenary. Please wrap up. Send the test to the email provided. So please send it to my email and daniel@mf.org.
So you have to put the answers under the take photo of notes?
Yes. Come again?
You can take photo of notes?
Yes, you can. So you present in plenary, but send the test of it to my email.
You type the answers under each question?
Or we can just send
Yes.
Or just summarize it?
Okay, it's fine. I mean, these days with AI, when I get a photo, I can just extract the test.
So what we are saying, we type the answer.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. We ended up spending about 40 minutes, but it's worth it, right? Isn't it? Yes, we really enjoyed the discussion. One step at a time. Okay, so welcome back to plenary. Please send a test or just take a photo if the handwriting is not like my own. If it's like my own, I beg you, type it. But if it's not like my own, take a very nice photo and just send it to the email. We need to work on the communique as fast as we can. Okay, so which group is going first? You tell us your group name and then the two key issues and the two thematic areas you addressed. Which group is going first? Okay, group one, the floor is yours. Number one, would you want to step up or you want to speak from your table? You speak from your table, okay. So please, let's receive group one with an applause. Aha. Okay, so they don't want you to be speaking standing at their, from their back, so step forward. Maybe 2 or 3 lieutenants can accompany him so that he will enjoy his post as the convener of the group for the next 5 minutes before it expires. Please receive them with a wonderful applause. Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So, yes, this is our deliberation, group one. And actually, of course, we looked at the recommendations that have to go to the transitional and constitutional governments. And of course, we know that government is very critical in our conversations around press freedom and in our conversations around democratic governance. So what should the government do? And also, what should the regulatory bodies do? Was what we deliberated on. And of course, from the recommendations that we have in this report, 2 recommendations stand out for us, which government should focus on. And of course, that's recommendation number 4, which is end arbitrary arrests. End arbitrary arrests and prolonged pretrial detention of journalists and civil society actors. So, of course, from our deliberations, we saw that so many journalists are still being detained, currently in Niger Republic, in Mali, in Guinea, and in Burkina Faso. So the first thing that we want the governments of these countries to do is to, of course, either issue a military decree, since they are under military governments. So now we will be talking to Captain Ibrahim Traoré of Burkina Faso, and also to Colonel Goita of Mali, to General Mamadi in Guinea, and to General Tichani in Niger Republic, that there should be a decree bringing out these journalists out of detention. You know, of course, journalists like Ibro Chaboy of Niger Republic, please pardon my pronunciation, then of Atiana Segi Olon of Mali, then Abib Kamara and Seko Pendesa of Guinea. These are journalists that are currently in detention. So we want to have this recommendation implemented. In fact, of course, they said within 24 months, but then we want to see this happening in about 2 weeks or so. Let these journalists come out. And also, we said that it's not just about releasing the journalists. Let there be compensation for them. They have spent a long time in detention, so government should have a compensation package, a rehabilitation package for these journalists who have been in detention illegally. So, yes, these are some of the things we also said. And then we said that this action that we are looking at, there must also be support from it, from the professional bodies, of course, from the unions. And then we looked at a union, and that's the Union of Press Professionals in Guinea. The Union of Press Professionals in Guinea must put pressure on the military government and ensure that this release is done according to the recommendation number 4 in the report. And also we have the Union Nationale des Journalistes de Mali. You know, these press groups must enforce and, of course, must put pressure on the military government to ensure that this decree goes out, releasing these journalists from detention and also giving them the rehabilitation and the compensation that is needed. And also, the second part we touched, of course, we didn't really have a lot of time, but then the second part we touched was the regulatory bodies. So, after government has done theirs by releasing them, then also we look at the regulatory bodies, and the 4th recommendation under the regulatory bodies also stands out for us. And that is the fact that there must be formal mechanisms. Regulatory bodies must establish formal mechanisms for journalists and media organizations to report threats and violations. You know, these bodies must have mechanisms by which journalists can report whenever they are under threat or whenever they are being attacked. Journalists must not just be left in limbo. They must have
a mechanism to formally put these reports. So yes, we said that apart from what is lifted, apart from what has been listed here, that the regulatory bodies must also have open communication channels, open communication channels and desks for the journalists, and also establish mechanisms for the police and the military, so that formal invitation can replace just bumping into people's houses, carrying them either at midnight or whatever time. There must be a mechanism which states that journalists or media organizations that want to explain must be formally invited rather than coming to bust them and arbitrarily arrest them. So yes, we identified 2 of those regulatory bodies. CSC is one of them in Burkina Faso. They should take up this responsibility. And also HAC in Mali should also take up this responsibility. Of course, we were not able to identify the one in Guinea and Niger Republic yet. So we believe that these recommendations that go to the government and that go to the regulatory bodies will, in no small measure, help to enhance press freedom and strengthen democratic governance, as we have been talking about since morning. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we'll come back to you. Please, if you have any comment, questions to add, just note it for us. Whilst we shift to the next group, when we are done, then we open the floor for collective feedback. So the next group, Group 2. Who is doing the presentation on your behalf? Okay, Group 4. Group 2. Okay, let's receive Group 2 with an applause. Who is in the presentation? Okay.
So what are we saying again? All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kenneth Oyeni, and I'll be representing Group 2, the amazing Group 2, by the way. So one of the issues we look at for issue 1, we looked at press law versus cyber crime legislation, and our focus was on revising and harmonizing legal framework governing the media, establishing a clear and protected distinction between press law and cybercrime legislation, ensuring journalistic work is governed exclusively by media law frameworks. And this one, it was on the documents we're given to look at. So give me a minute. Question 1. Yes, question 1. That was question 1 on the documents that we're looking at. And for this, we had a couple of ideas. During the group, we brainstormed and basically settled on the idea sorry, let me just answer the question the way it is in the document. So we're looking at question 1, which is that what is the single most urgent issue this stakeholder should address? And one of our answers to that was misuse of cybercrime legislation to criminalize journalistic work due to blurred distinctions between press law and cybercrime statutes. And then second question was, what is one specific practical action that should be implemented in response to the issue? For our answer for this was to draft and advocate for model legislative amendments that establish a clear statutory boundary between cybercrime offenses and legitimate journalistic activities across member states. Question 3 says, who specifically should take responsibility for this action? And our answer to that was ECOWAS. Yes, ECOWAS Parliament in collaboration with the ECOWAS Commission on Legal Affairs. Question 4 says, who needs to support this action? We already emphasized ECOWAS member states, national parliaments, civil society organizations, media professional bodies, and legal experts. Question 5 says, what should we be able to see within 12 months to know that this action has been taken? And the answer to that, a published regional draft, harmonized framework model, sorry, I'll go over that again. A published regional draft harmonized framework model legislation clearly distinguishing journalistic press rights from cybercrime law, submitted to ECOWAS by member states for policy review. So to summarize everything I just said for point 1, we believe that we should have a draft document from ECOWAS, since ECOWAS is the governing body for, it's the common denominator rather, between all these member states. So ECOWAS should have a draft ready that clearly distinguishes between what is covered under the press law that we're looking at. And this is to tackle, again, the problem of misuse of cybercrime legislation to criminalize journalistic work due to broad distinctions. And then for question 2, issue 2 rather.
The last issue on media.
Yes. We were the media and press, I don't remember the name. Media and professional bodies, sorry. Media and professional bodies. And for this, recommendation focus was to build coalitions with civil society organizations, legal aid providers, and international partners to create more robust, coordinated protection system. So I'll be going over the questions again and providing our answers to the questions. So for question 1, it says, what is the single most urgent issue this stakeholder should address? And our answer was fragmentation and lack of structured coordination among media defense networks, legal aid providers, and civil society actors, leading to siloed intervention efforts. Question 2, what is one specific practical action that should be implemented in response to the issue? And our answer was, establish a formal regional coalition platform for MFWA, legal aid networks, and CSOs to facilitate joint legal defense, rapid response, and coordinated advocacy for media safety. Question 3, who specifically should take responsibility for this action? And our answer is Media Foundation for West Africa. Question 4, who needs to support the action? And our answer is civil society organizations, legal aid networks, media houses, ECOWAS organs, and international protection partners. Question 5, what should we be able to see within 12 months to know that action has been taken? And our answer to that is a functional regional protection coalition framework with signed terms of reference, an active contact referral directory, and a joint public action strategy for journalist safety. That sounded like a lot, but I'll summarize it by saying this. So we believe that, we looked at the point 3, I believe that was last point basically, just go to the page and you find the last point. That's what we looked at, and we believe that one of the major issues, point 5, sorry, yes, I've been corrected, point 5, and we believe that one of the problems here was the lack of coordinated coalition, and our suggestion is that there should be a coalition that is coordinated by the Media Foundation for West Africa, that has backing of ECOWAS organs, where they come together. So there's a directory of all civil society organizations, broken down across the regions that could support, that could support rather the journalists within those countries. But one of the ways we also want to be able to measure this is that we imagine the situation where in the next 12 months, yes, there's a conference that brings together all the stakeholders, providing different representatives to come together and actively discuss these issues in the same room. With this, I yield the floor. I don't know if any of my comrades has any more thing to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And you can really see the teamwork was working. Your lieutenants were really able. Please, they deserve another applause. Okay, the next group, group 3. 4. So we should go to, you are ready, okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ayobide Reje, and I'm supporting Group 4. So, for the first one, the transitional and constitutional government, we looked at number 4, which is finding a way to end arbitrary arrest and prolonged pretrial detention of journalists. So we said that the most urgent issue to be addressed by this government is to end arbitrary arrest and prolonged pretrial detention of journalists and civil society actors. And to do this, they should create laws that specify how long a journalist should be held without trial and respect international laws that speak to the issue. We also said that the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation should work with law reform commissions and law officers departments in partnership with CSOs, media rights organizations, journalists, and international partners to start the reform process in 12 months. And now we understand that creating laws or repealing laws or reforming laws takes a long while. So we don't expect to have laws that take care of such an issue to be ready in 12 months. So we say that, okay, within 12 months, they should have gone through like public opinion polls, they should have relevant stakeholder engagement, open civic space, public participation, to gather public opinion to help them create these laws. And that's for the first question. Then we now move to number 6 on the recommendation page, which is international and regional partners. So we said that the most urgent issue which this stakeholder group should address is supporting the development and maintenance of early warning and rapid response mechanisms for journalists at work, including the provision of emergency evacuation support, legal assistance, and temporary relocation where necessary. So specific practical action now, it is not enough for them to just identify this issue. They should be able to strengthen national and regional organizations that already support journalists via existing protocols, and then through financing, psychosocial and legal support, and also making this support more accessible to journalists and whoever might need it. So who specifically should then take this action? So we are saying media development organizations, lawyers, human rights defenders, CSOs, and international partners. So who needs to support whoever is implementing this action? ECOWAS and national, regional, and international partners. So what should we be able to see in 12 months of implementing this support? Rapid response are established and operationalized. So we should see more journalists being supported when they are facing attacks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to your team for the virtual support. Okay, so you go to the last group. Where are they? Dr. T, your team members. You do the presentation.
Thank you. Our group, what did we call ourselves? The practical group. Yes, pragmatic. We have revised. So on number 1, transitional and constitutional governments, we chose recommendation 1 to revise and harmonize legal frameworks governing the media, establishing a clear and protected distinction between press laws and cybercrime legislation. And we want to stress this part, ensuring that journalistic work is governed exclusively by media law reforms or frameworks that reflect normative rights and standards. We are emphasizing the idea of ensuring that journalistic work is governed by these laws because it is the basis upon which we chose 1. We feel that if 1 were to be actuated, once the framework, the laws are supportive of both mainstream and cyber media fair, and once these are ensured to be enforced, all the others will fall in place. That's the reason we chose the first one. So in answer to the question, which single most urgent is 1. What 1 specific practical action should be implemented in response to the issue? We are suggesting to, in Senegal and definitely in Ghana, we have identified individuals who are envoys to the Sahel state groups. And we think that if we could liaise with them through their respective governments, we would be able to ensure that this is added to their agenda in the conversations that they have with the Sahel state members. We think that to talk is better than to not engage at all. And we think that within 24 months, in fact, you indicate specify 12 months, this will be a more plausible, realistic outcome to pursue. 3, who specifically should take responsibility for this action? We nominated the Media Foundation for West Africa. We think that they can leverage their MOU status with ECOWAS, and through that avenue to seek audiences with the respective government and regional actors for that outcome. Number 4, who needs to support the action? All of us, all CSOs and media organizations, stakeholders, and so on in this room and beyond. So when we have left here, we should do the follow-up and next steps. What should we be able to see within the 12 months to know that action has taken place, that the lead would have engaged with the envoys within the next 12 months? So MFWA should have had engagements with, through their leverage with ECOWAS and the respective envoys to have engaged and demonstrated that engagement has happened with these envoys and their representatives, member. So by way of, for instance, their embassies in the respective countries. That's for 1. Our next one had to do with civil society organizations, and we think that is consequential. If our first call is to seek a revision and harmonization of laws, then we are looking to build coalitions between media organizations, civil society. So the recommendation we chose was the single most important, to build coalitions between media organizations, civil society, professional associations, and human rights defenders, creating unified advocacy fronts that are harder for authorities to fragment or co-opt. So this coalition, with a common voice and with the synergy that we are able to mobilize, should enable us to achieve the one above, namely to ensure that transitional governments and constitutional regimes are beginning to create and to enforce laws that promote media and free expression rights. Number 2, what one specific practical action should be taken? We say that we should email, so all the CSOs around, we should do emails to CSOs and media organizations with a proposal to join the coalition that we should be able to achieve within the 12 months. Number 3, who specifically should take responsibility? Who's this? WASIC, we propose, should lead in this charge. And for number 4, who needs to support the action? All media and CSOs present here in the room, but also our allies outside of this space. When we go out of here, we should continue the advocacy and seek to mobilize further support. Number 5, what should we look out to see as evidence of success? We should be able to complete the formation of the coalition and at least to have held 2 alignment meetings within the first 12 months of engagement. Thank you.
If you don't clap, they will arbitrarily arrest me. So please, let's clap for them again. Thank you so much. So at this juncture, we'll open the floor for open conversations, just to plus, minus, further, but to also kill 2 birds with 1 stone. We would want to project the communique, the draft communique as we have it now, so that as and when we pick on a relevant point that is in sync with your thoughts, you can feed in. Okay? Otherwise, if you open the floor now, we'll have very beautiful, nice conversation for another 1 hour before we come back to the communique. So we would go to the communique, and then we feed in. Dora, you have an alternative approach. Okay.
I suggest we make input.
Here, before we go to the communique. Okay, that's fine. So my boss has directed that I give room for conversation on this segment before we go to the communique. So for the benefit of, maybe for want of time, you had one or two other burning issues that you wish should come up, or you were expecting to have, hear it here that did not come up. We open the floor for additional comments. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I think group 4, I don't know whether it's just she. Oh, it's there. Yeah, group 4. I think it's just a little question of wording that might bear risk. You said, how long a journalist should be detained without trial? It is accepting that journalists should be jailed. Okay, they can give you 12 months, that's fine. 12 months without trial. If it's in the law, so I think the principle should be no detention for journalists if the issue they're being summoned for is related to their work as journalists. No prison term at all. So I think it's just a question of wording, but it's very important to be careful with the words we choose.
Thank you very much. Dora.
I have a question to, I think, group 1, 2, and 3. Maybe the 2 and 3 are the same. Yeah. So group 1, you were talking about making a call to, I think, the Burkinabe leader in particular you mentioned. But maybe beyond him, all the other 3 countries that are led by the military. And you are, you say we should make a call on him so that he releases the journalists. And then you also talked about how the media regulators should be able to do their work without my concern is these are dictatorial governments. The calls that you are calling for or that you are asking us to do, we have done in a number of instances. They have not, whether they've been heard or not, well, it's a different conversation. But my question really is, how else do we get through to them to act? I don't know if you understand my question. Because, I mean, like the calls, they are generic calls. We are all making calls. I mean, with our reports, this one, and other ones that we do, we always make those calls. But we haven't really seen action. How else can we get them to act? That's my number one. And number two is, the media regulators are actually constituted or nominated by these same leaders. So if you are asking them to be impartial and all that, how are you expecting a different result? Because it's actually the same leaders who are nominating them. So again, even in a context like that, how could we get the media regulators to be fair in the administration? I know it sounds almost like impossible, but how else can we go about it? Maybe we should all, not just to group one, but we should all think, because we are talking about how to operationalize the recommendations. So they are not just calls, but how do we act to get them done? And then to group two, it's not, I think the issue here is not that we don't have enough laws or we don't have enough framework or legislation or anything, whether at the national level or at the international level. they are there, okay. But maybe, I don't know whether it's the kind of government we have or we have had, they are just not aligning. Even in the military-led countries, the constitutions still have rights to expression, access to information, assembly, association guaranteed. They are just not adhering to them. So it's not a question of we need to introduce new mechanisms or rules or laws or whatever. How do we get them to respect what is already guaranteed in their constitution? I think that is the question I probably want us to answer. How do we get them? We know they are military. We know they can be erratic. We know all those things. The means, you know, so that it's not just one of those calls, but how we get it done. When we come to the WHO Act, I've heard media foundation, so media foundations to act on these. If you are able to help us with the how, I think it will make the work easier. So please, please give us suggestions on that. And from group 2 and group 3, that same comment came. So if you could help us, it will help our work. Thank you.
Okay, so which group wants to go first? But I also think it's not just for these two groups. I mean, it's for all of us to brainstorm. In Ghana, there is a national science and math quiz for senior high schools, and there's a segment they call Problem of the Day, where they give you a question for 10 minutes, and then you come and write your response. So that's the problem of the day for us. The who is clear, but the question is the how. Specifically, in which other way? Because it's not as if we haven't tried. We've tried alternatives. So what is the magic bullet? What else could be done? It's for all of us, not just for the relevant groups, but I'll be happy to defer to any of the groups if you are ready. Okay.
All right, thank you. My immediate answer would be not much. What can MFWA do? Because bodies like ECOWAS already exist. And we've seen by the recent happenings in the Sahel that people can literally just pull out of ECOWAS. And there's not much you can do about it. You're not going to wage war against them. However, I think that MFWA has something that is very important or very crucial, which is the media. Regardless of what all these countries do, one thing they always like to do is look good to internal and external media. And I think that that is one area where MFWA could potentially camp in to exploit. So I think that if bodies begin to realize how extensive or MFWA utilizes its extensive resources. Again, this is Media Foundation for West Africa, so the whole of West Africa. So the stories you are telling, the image you are painting, I'm not asking us to blackmail these countries, but I think that that is one strong incentive. Regardless, look at there was an example given of Ibrahim Traore and how he's trying to, in quotes, quote unquote, I'm in the midst of journalists, quote unquote, suppress the media. So it does in fact care about looking good to external sources. So perhaps that is one area that we could leverage to cajole, or that is our media, that is our advocacy strategy, the power of the media. So if it's something we could leverage more to influence the actions of the government, if I could put it that way.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Yes, thank you so much for those observations you have raised, and they are very valid. Now, we shouldn't forget that a recommendation we have here specifically states that all arbitrary arrests and prolonged pretrial detention must be ended. So now the question is that how do we do it? Because there have always been calls. And of course, when we said that we are making calls on the military governments of these countries, it's definitely not a phone call or a personal call. Calls by national bodies. Now, if national bodies fail, regional bodies can step in because, of course, they are able to put pressure on these governments. If regional bodies fail, international bodies can step in. There are international laws and conventions that also guard detention and, trial and all these things. And of course, we have very candid examples of recent success stories. Just a quick search on the internet now shows us that, a journalist in Niger Republic, Yusuf Seriba, was released just last month, July, after 8 months of detention, still going by this sustained pressure, And even from Burkina Faso, we have another journalist, Bokari Uba, who was also released last month after another 8 months in detention. Then we have from Niger Republic, Umaru Kane, who was also, so yes, we have stories of journalists who have spent months in detention but have been released this year. But then we have others who are still in detention. So if some of them could be released this year, then we cannot give up on the ones who are still there. So now we have to put pressure through the regional bodies we have. Of course, MFWA is one of them. Other regional bodies that can put pressure.
There are people in diaspora.
Yes, people in the diaspora who can put pressure on the government of Burkina Faso, of Niger Republic, of Mali, and, Guinea to release these journalists who are still in it, because it's in black and white here that we must end arbitrary arrest and detention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think they both deserve an applause. Please, let's appreciate them. So essentially, we should continue to advocate. Listening to both sides, and also find a way of responding to the propaganda machinery. Maybe that is perhaps the closest that in terms of what new, based on the feedback we have so far, what the two are essentially saying is that we should continue to advocate, because it's the advocacy we've been doing, and it is through these advocacies that we are getting results. Although we wish they were released early than the 8 months and beyond, but to strategize around responding to because they seem to be very good with their propaganda. They have a very well organized media front that projects, especially in Burkina, that projects the government very well. So the question is, how do we also try to project the negative side of things? So, yeah.
Has the Media Foundation ever tried common editorials where all the newspapers in the region on one particular day, all they sign one editorial? I don't know if that have been tried. In Senegal, that's one of the forms of protest that the media use, and most of the time it works. That is, they wake up, all the media houses sign one editorial against one or for one cause. Okay. I think these are ideas. If you want to do it in I don't know, certain countries. Now, the big problem is that I'm not perceiving that people understand. I hear ECOWAS. These countries are not ECOWAS members anymore.
Yeah.
So what ECOWAS can do there is a problem.
Okay. Well, I don't know if Sule, you want to respond to that in terms of getting all the media. I know in Ghana, it's not going to be that easy, in Ghana to be specific, but maybe regionally, I don't know if you have tried that in the past and you want to speak to it.
Well, thank you very much. I think that's a great suggestion. I remember it was in Cote d'Ivoire in 2010, 2011, when there was that tussle between Gbagbo and Ouattara, that we brought the editors to Accra in a very tensed meeting, and at the end of the day, they managed to agree, because when they came, it was two camps, pro-Ouattara, pro-Gbagbo. But in the end, they agreed that in the interest of national security, stability, and peace, they were going to do every Monday a joint editorial. So they did that for quite some time, even though the editorial will be there, but the other news items will show that this is pro this is pro that. But regionally, we haven't tried, and that is something that perhaps is worth pursuing, particularly if we have a campaign that should resonate with any right-thinking person, that this shouldn't be happening. I'm sure that we cannot get every media house, but even if we are able to mobilize, and every country we have 2 or 3 doing so, I think that should be worthwhile. So that's a great suggestion.
Okay, even the energy in the club is low.
Bonsoir. Je voudrais juste aussi partager une expérience à la suite de la question du doyen. C'est arrivé au Niger en 2006-2007, quand des journalistes du Républicain avaient publié sur la gouvernance des facsimilés et que le directeur de publication et certains journalistes ont été arrêtés, les organisations socio-professionnelles des journalistes avaient demandé le lendemain que tous les journaux effectivement publient les mêmes articles. Et ils l'ont fait. Maintenant, l'autre deuxième expérience, des journalistes avaient été arrêtés et 2 médias avaient été fermés. Les organisations socio-professionnelles des médias se sont réunies et avaient demandé qu'il y ait, à l'heure du journal du soir, qu'il y ait un blackout, un tableau noir au niveau de tous les médias. Mais ce que mon prédécesseur vient d'expliquer, c'est ce qui s'est passé. Des médias ont dit que non, que eux ils ne peuvent pas le faire, et de là il y a eu une coupure entre les journalistes au point où le lendemain le porte-parole du gouvernement est venu à la radio, à la télé, à la radio pour dire voilà, ils ne peuvent même pas entre eux, ils ne peuvent même pas se supporter et s'unir, et nous ils veulent qu'on libère un journaliste qui nous insulte. Par contre, de mon expérience, ce que je peux dire, il est arrivé que souvent on arrête des journalistes. Il a parlé tout de suite des cas de Omar Kane et des autres. Qu'est-ce que nous faisons? Dès que nous sommes saisis et que le journaliste est à la police judiciaire et que nous savons si c'est avec le gouvernement un ministre, qu'est-ce que nous faisons? Nous avons des contacts, ce que nous appelons chez nous les grands témoins. On a toujours un contact de l'archevêque de Niamey et de grand imam de Niamey. On part automatiquement, on le rencontre. On lui dit, voilà le problème dans lequel on est. Est-ce qu'il peut parler avec un tel sur telle question? Et le plus souvent, ça a marché. Mais ça ne marche pas lorsque tout de suite, on met ça sur les médias. Parce que je partage encore une dernière expérience, j'ai été assez long. C'est le cas du journaliste Baba Alpha que tout le monde connaît, qui avait été expulsé. Aussi paradoxal que cela puisse paraître, oui, Baba Alpha est né au Niger. Mais c'est qu'au Niger, ce n'est pas le juste soliste, c'est le juste sanguiniste. C'est-à-dire que ce n'est pas parce qu'on est né au Niger qu'on a de facto la nationalité du Niger. Il faut qu'on ait un parent, c'est-à-dire la mère ou le père soit nigérien. Malheureusement, il n'était pas dans le cas. Et quand nous sommes partis, nous avons négocié, nous avons eu sa libération. Qu'est-ce que des médias ont essayé de faire? Ils ont essayé de saboter ce que nous étions en train de faire dans les coulisses, et c'est devenu un problème que, après nos contacts même nous appellent, mais vous ne pouvez pas nous mettre dans une telle chose, ou vous nous demandez d'aller négocier telle chose, et sur les médias, au niveau national ou international, on se met à insulter tel ministre ou tel autre. Comment voulez-vous que ça marche? Donc, généralement, c'est comme ça que nous faisons. C'est vrai que souvent, ça prend du temps, ça a tout ce que ça, mais ça marche. En tout cas, ça marche. Mais le problème qui se pose aujourd'hui, c'est que nous avons à la tête de nos pays des gens qui n'écoutent personne et qui ne voient personne. C'est ça qu'il faut comprendre. Merci.
Merci, Kani. Bon, personnellement, je m'étais promis de ne pas prendre la parole ici, parce que je viens du Burkina Faso. Et depuis ce matin, tous les exemples tournent autour de la personne d'Ibrahim Traoré. Cela s'entend. Mais ce que je voulais dire, c'est que l'idée est très bonne. Nous-mêmes, au niveau de la CENOZO, nous l'avons pratiqué dans des projets transfrontaliers. Lorsque plusieurs médias à travers plusieurs pays publient la même chose au même moment, l'impact est très important. Sauf que nous sommes dans un cas où, si quelque chose de ce genre devrait se faire aujourd'hui pour appeler à la libération de mon ami Serge Oulon, aucun média de Burkina Faso ne publierait. Aucun. Parce que dès que ça sera publié par un média burkinabé, vous allez devoir produire d'autres communiqués par la suite. Et je pense qu'on doit continuer à poursuivre la réflexion pour trouver d'autres solutions. Nous sommes très mal à l'aise au Burkina en tant qu'organisation de défense de journalistes, de promotion du journalisme d'investigation, parce que nous avons épuisé tous nos recours. Toutes les barrières sont tombées et nous ne sommes que seuls face aux dirigeants qui n'entendent rien. Beaucoup d'entre nous sont en exil. Nous autres qui sommes toujours là, quand on vient à des événements comme ça, on est très discret. On ne fait aucune publication là-dessus. Quand il y a des journalistes qui sont attaqués, on ne dénonce pas. On se contente de documenter en partageant parfois des informations avec des organisations sœurs à l'étranger. Mais c'est tout ce qu'on peut faire. Mais ça ne marche pas. Serge Oulon, il est détenu depuis plus de 2 ans. Il y en a qui ont fait moins que ça, qui ont été libérés, ainsi de suite. Mais je vous dis qu'aujourd'hui, une telle initiative, vous n'aurez aucun média burkinabé en fait, qui va relayer ça. Et ça montre à quel point la situation est grave. Au sein de l'AES, aujourd'hui, les 3 pays sont en train de s'organiser pour avoir des mécanismes communs de régulation des médias. Mais soyez sûrs que ce n'est pas des mécanismes qui ressembleront à ce qu'on voit ailleurs. Ce sont des mécanismes propres à eux, propres à leur vision. Le président Ibrahim Traoré a dit lors d'une interview à la télévision nationale que les journalistes africains, notamment burkinabés, devraient apprendre à faire le journalisme à l'africaine et non à l'occidental. Qu'est-ce qu'il entend par là? Que si les journalistes s'aperçoivent qu'il y a un problème dans la gestion ou à quelque niveau que ce soit, ils devraient se rapprocher discrètement des autorités pour le signaler afin que les autorités règlent le problème. Sinon, si vous le rendez public, c'est un acte de trahison. Vous comprenez à quel point est la situation? Donc, je me demande bien à quoi tout cela va servir. Peut-être qu'il faut penser maintenant, en tant qu'organisation de la société civile, à identifier les États qui sont en bon terme avec ces États-là, pour qu'il y ait des approches d'État à État. Afin qu'ils je pense qu'ils comprennent l'action des journalistes, c'est juste qu'ils considèrent les journalistes et les voix critiques comme des obstacles à leur objectif. C'est pourquoi ils n'en veulent pas. Donc, il est grand temps pour nous, je pense, de changer notre stratégie. Merci.
Okay, it's good to hear from the horse's own mouth.
Hello everyone, I am Tidjane Togola. I will continue in French, comme mon homonyme. Moi, ce que je pense, c'était très bien, et l'étude et les différentes propositions. C'était vraiment très bien. Mais il y a certains enjeux. Je pense que le premier enjeu, si on veut véritablement que les choses retournent un peu normalement, il faut d'abord bâtir la confiance. Parce que ce qui se passe, la confiance, elle est brisée. Elle était déjà brisée, mais aujourd'hui, elle a atteint des proportions où on ne peut même plus parler de confiance. Je pense qu'on peut dire la défiance, quoi. Parce que moi, par défaut, ce qui est clair et qui a été dit clairement par exemple, les autorités du Mali, et d'ailleurs, c'est ce comportement que les autorités du Niger manifestent, c'est qu'ils se voient en guerre. Chez nous, ça a été dit, nous sommes dans une guerre médiatique. Donc, il faut aussi comprendre qu'en matière de guerre, c'est très clair, il n'y a pas de cadeau, on ne peut pas se faire de cadeau. Moi, je ne défends pas ce qu'ils font, hein, mais je comprends très bien et j'entends. Ils se voient en guerre et à leur place, je ferai la guerre à celui qui est face à moi. Parce que c'est comme ça qu'ils l'interprètent. Donc déjà, il faudrait sortir de cette perception en essayant de dire non, nous ne sommes pas en guerre. Nous avons une divergence de point de vue sur la construction du pays, mais nous ne sommes pas en guerre. Ce matin, Tidiane était en train de parler du fait qu'il ne faut pas dire que certains sont bons, d'autres sont mauvais, d'autres sont moitié, etc. Il a raison. Ça ramène à la question de la confiance. Il faut bâtir la confiance. Et c'est possible de bâtir la confiance si les différents camps se rapprochent et trouvent un moyen de discuter. Il faut éviter de casser le pont de la discussion. Ça, c'est la première chose. Et c'est là, ça se fait lorsque, même à certaines des discussions, parce que moi, en tout cas, au cours des dernières années, surtout que quand les choses se sont aggravées, toutes les grandes rencontres de ce type, ben, écoute, moi, j'ai eu l'impression que c'était un procès contre ceux qui dirigent, et c'est la réalité. Et eux, ne vous trompez pas, ils font aussi notre procès quand on n'est pas présent. Bon, dès lors qu'on ne peut pas se parler, on ne peut pas se comprendre. Donc je pense que c'est aussi difficile que cela soit. Il faudrait que d'autres prennent l'initiative de dire, ben, écoutez, on va discuter avec vous. On va discuter, on ne va pas s'entendre une fois, on ne va pas s'entendre deux fois, même la troisième fois on ne va pas s'entendre, mais on finira par s'entendre. Je pense que c'est la première étape. La deuxième étape, lorsque les médias travaillent, moi je pense que ce n'est pas parce qu'on est dans un environnement difficile qu'on ne peut pas décrire cet environnement, même si on ne peut pas le faire au sein de cet environnement. Ça veut dire quoi? Ça veut dire que les structures qui sont dans nos différents pays, il faudrait s'exprimer à travers d'autres structures qui ne sont pas forcément à l'intérieur du pays. Et aujourd'hui, au lieu de juste envoyer, par exemple, des points de la situation, n'hésitez pas, décrivez comme cela se doit, comme si vous produisez un article. Vous n'avez pas besoin de le signer. Vous avez besoin simplement de le faire savoir à vos collègues pour que vos collègues publient correctement. Maintenant, dans les publications, il faut éviter certaines choses parce qu'on est en situation de tension. C'est de toujours donner l'impression qu'on attaque l'autre. C'est de montrer ce qui est bon quand c'est bon et c'est de dire ce qui est mauvais quand c'est mauvais. Et moi, j'ai particulièrement aimé Tidiane ce matin quand il disait « Laissez-moi m'exprimer. Permettez-moi de m'exprimer quand ça ne va pas et permettez-moi d'applaudir quand ça va. » C'est très important. Ça veut dire qu'il faudrait aussi montrer à chaque instant que ce n'est pas nous le méchant loup en fait. Et qu'on ne prendra pas le camp de quelqu'un. Notre seul camp, c'est la vérité. Ça, c'est l'autre point. Maintenant, peut-être le dernier point, il faut investir. Il faut investir et je suis désolé de le dire une fois de plus, ce n'est pas avec 5 000 $, 10 000 $, ou bien qu'on va donner quelques miettes à des journalistes qui les rendront professionnels. Nous, on mange très bien ce qu'on veut manger parce qu'on a des revenus. On a le courage qu'il faut parce que quand ça chauffe, on peut prendre l'avion et partir avec nos familles. On a beaucoup de possibilités parce qu'on est en zone de confort. Quand vous regardez un journaliste moyen, il vit au jour le jour. Il vit au jour le jour. Donc, il n'a pas de parole. Quelqu'un qui manque de tout ne peut pas se préoccuper de la vérité ou du mensonge. Il doit d'abord survivre. Ça, c'est humain. Ce n'est pas le journaliste. Ça, c'est humain. Et la situation aujourd'hui des journalistes dans ces pays, elle est critique. Nous, en tant que fondation, on a formé des journalistes. On a payé des salaires, c'est-à-dire pendant 1 année, 2 années, de beaucoup de journalistes. Et pendant ces 2 années où ces journalistes, par exemple, n'avaient pas du tout de stress, vraiment, ils faisaient du travail extraordinaire. Je vous assure, quand on a arrêté, quelques années après, quand ils commençaient à venir dans les situations difficiles, vous savez, le gouvernement les a récupérés. Et ils sont devenus l'inverse de ce qu'ils étaient. Parce que le gouvernement les payait bien. Donc moi, ce que je vais dire, c'est d'accepter d'investir quand il faut investir et de maintenir l'investissement sur le long cours. La démocratie ne va pas se construire avec des petits trucs. C'est de l'investissement qu'il faut faire. À mon sens, c'est des choses qui ne coûtent rien, qui peuvent se mettre en place assez rapidement et vers lesquelles il faut aller immédiatement. il faut aller immédiatement. Je pense que si on arrivait à mettre en place ces trois marches, ça pourrait être bien marché.
Oh, please, if you are clapping, let's do it better. We've heard from Niger, we've heard from Burkina, we've heard from Mali. And if not for today, I didn't know that there is Africa journalism and diaspora journalism. And it's very interesting. Sometimes when you hear from those who are at the heart of it, you really feel it. There's a recommendation that the dialogue must continue. In this group, the conversation was very interesting on that point. And I think some names of certain groups of people who could be leveraged upon to get the contacts and the conversation going on. Hopefully, we are able to try that. But also, if the media in Burkina and the other countries will not have the courage to sign up to this collective editorial, we can use the digital space so that those who are exiled and in the diaspora can join the campaign online. In any case, I'm not too sure of how it worked the last time in the case of Ivory Coast. I don't know whether, I want to believe at the time it was like press paper editorial. Yeah, so maybe in our time, we will use the cyberspace, the blogosphere and whatever it is to champion that collective agenda, whilst at the same time doing the dialogue undertone, and then we will see which ones or the combination, how it works. Is your hand up? You okay? Okay.
Je vous ai entendu parler de courage pour les journalistes du Burkina. Ce que je dis n'a rien à voir avec le courage. Ce n'est pas le courage, c'est une question de survie. Il s'agit. Vous pouvez me croire, et ceux qui connaissent la presse burkinabé savent de quoi je parle. Au Burkina, il y a des journalistes très courageux et de très bons journalistes. Le Burkina, c'est quand même le pays qui a abrité, qui a initié le Festival international de la liberté de la presse et d'expression. Le Burkina, ce n'est pas un problème de courage des médias ou des journalistes, non. On vous parle d'un contexte où en face, soit tu dis que ce qui se fait est correct, soit tu ne dis rien. Il n'y a pas de oui mais. Il n'y a pas de demi-mesure. En fait, c'est une question de survie. Et aujourd'hui, le bon côté des choses, c'est que beaucoup de journalistes burkinabés ont redécouvert les sujets sociaux, les sujets liés à l'environnement. On ne parle plus de politique, on ne parle plus de détournement, ainsi de suite. Mais ce n'est pas parce qu'ils n'ont pas le courage. Ils veulent continuer à exercer leur métier. Et si tu veux continuer à exercer ton métier, il va falloir détourner ton regard de certains sujets. Mais ce n'est pas un problème de courage.
Okay, so thank you for that clarity. So it's really an issue of them lacking the freedom, but not courage. You wanted to? Okay, all right. So it's been very interesting. The hands keep going up. Please, the communique, if it's ready, let's project it now and then quickly wrap up with that.
Thank you so much, sir. I just want to make a reference to the last speaker regarding the state of operations of journalists in Burkina Faso and the way forward. I think for me, if you look at of the 4 countries, being ruled now by juntas, Burkina Faso is the most present digitally. You see people portray the head of state, Ibrahim Traoré, as being liberal, as people-oriented person and stuff like that. But for me, I think what I can get from that is that he's somebody that's enjoying the media space. And such a person wouldn't want things that will tarnish his government and his personality. So I think from the submission that we've made so far, we need to really look out what we write as journalists. For instance, now, somebody has said that if the government is doing certain things correctly, the media space in Burkina Faso should appreciate that first. acknowledge and also show that there are challenges in some certain areas. I think the tone of our publications also matter as well. We should not be combative. Government should see us as partners in progress. Where the issue is when they do certain things correctly and you don't look at it, you don't report it, you don't amplify it. It's only those that they've not really got correctly that amplify. Even as a person, there might be kind of resistance from the government. So I think we need to look at how we report incidences that happen in a particular country. We have to balance it. So where government has done things correctly, we should let them know that, oh, we see you, you are working, and report it properly. And also where there are challenges as well, I think they will be so nice to take those corrections from you. Otherwise, if only those they have not really done well you are looking at and you are the one that you amplify, there will be resistance. So that's my observation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, so
Okay, so our communique from this conference is projected there. We are just going to run through so that if there are any inputs, additional inputs we want to make, we do that quickly and adopt it here, and then we can go ahead and publish. So it says that communique adopted by participants at the Regional Conference on Press Freedom and Democratic Governance in West Africa, convened by the Media Foundation for West Africa on 11th August 2026 at Abuja, the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Preamble. We, the journalists, editors, media owners, publishers, media support organizations, civil society organizations, digital rights advocates, legal practitioners, academics, policymakers, and development partners from across West Africa gathered in Abuja, Nigeria on 11th August 2026 at the Regional Conference on Press Freedom and Democratic Governance in West Africa, organized by the Media Foundation for West Africa. Having deliberated on the state of press freedom, freedom of expression, and democratic governance in West Africa, and having considered the findings and recommendations of the report commissioned by the MFWA titled State, Determinants, Dynamics, and Fate of Media and Free Expression Rights in Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, and Guinea, recognizing that freedom of expression, media freedom, and access to information are fundamental rights and essential pillars of democratic governance guaranteed under the revised ECOWAS Treaty, particularly Articles 4G, 4J, and 66, and reaffirmed in the ECOWAS Supplementary Protocol on Democracy and Good Governance, which enshrines constitutional governance, the rule of law, respect for human rights, and democratic accountability. Deeply concerned that the deterioration of media freedom across parts of West Africa reflects a broader democratic recession characterized by shrinking civic space, weakening institutional accountability, increasing authoritarian governance, and growing restrictions on independent journalism. Alarmed by the increasing use of cybercrime legislation, emergency and national security laws, administrative sanctions, surveillance technologies, arbitrary arrests, enforced disappearances, media closures, internet shutdowns, and digital censorship as instruments for suppressing legitimate journalistic work and civic expression. Further concerned by the systematic erosion of editorial independence through political interference, regulatory capture, economic coercion, and weaponization of state advertising and licensing regimes, recognizing that women journalists continue to face disproportionate threats, including gender-based online violence, sexual harassment, intimidation, exclusion from leadership, and other structural barriers that undermine their equal participation in the media sector. acknowledging the resilience demonstrated by journalists, media organizations, civil society, and human rights of defenders who continue to defend democratic values under increasingly difficult conditions, affirming that independent journalism remains indispensable to accountable governance, informed citizen participation, peace building, conflict prevention, and democratic resilience across West Africa, hereby adopt the following communique. Declaration. We affirm that 1. Freedom of expression and press freedom are indispensable pillars of democracy, accountable governance, and sustainable development, and cannot be legitimately suspended through vague national security justifications or emergency measures. 2. Independent journalism is not an adversary of national security. Rather, a free, professional, and responsible media strengthens public trust, improves governance, and contributes to national stability. 3. The growing pattern of criminalizing journalism through cybercrime legislation and broadly defined security offenses constitutes one of the gravest contemporary threats to democratic governance in West Africa. 4. The increasing capture or politicization of media regulatory authorities undermines public confidence in regulatory institutions and weakens media pluralism. 5. Economic repression, including arbitrary withdrawal of broadcasting licenses, politically motivated denial of state advertising, closure of media houses, and financial intimidation, poses as serious a threat to press freedom as physical attacks against journalists. 6. The widespread practice of self-censorship documented across the region represents not merely an individual coping mechanism, but evidence of a deeply repressive media environment that undermines citizens' right to information. 7. Internet shutdowns, social media restrictions, digital surveillance, and arbitrary interception of communication violate internationally recognized rights and disproportionately affect journalists, civil society, and ordinary citizens. 8. The continued disappearance, arbitrary detention, prosecution, and intimidation of journalists without accountability erodes public confidence in democratic institutions and encourages impunity. 9. Gender-specific threats against women journalists require dedicated protection measures, institutional reforms, and stronger representation of women in media leadership. 10. Regional democratic institutions must treat press freedom as a substantive indicator of democratic governance rather than merely an aspirational principle. Now, call to action. We therefore call upon governments of West Africa to respect, protect, and fulfill constitutional guarantees of freedom of expression, press freedom, and access to information. Repeal or amend laws that criminalize legitimate journalistic work, particularly cybercrime and national security provisions that permit arbitrary interpretation. End arbitrary arrest, enforce disappearances, intimidation, and harassments of journalists, and immediately investigate unresolved cases involving missing media professionals. Restore judicial oversight over surveillance powers and end the unlawful interception of journalist communications. Guarantee the independence of media regulatory institutions and ensure transparent and appealable regulatory decisions. End politically motivated closures of media organizations and restore broadcasting licenses withdrawn without due process. Refrain from internet shutdowns, platform blocking, and other forms of digital censorship. Now, on ECOWAS, the African Union, and regional institutions, we call on them to place press freedom at the center of democratic governance assessments, electoral observation missions, and political transition processes. Develop stronger regional accountability mechanisms for persistent violations against journalists. Ensure that democratic recognition and political normalization are accompanied by measurable improvements in media freedom and civic space. Strengthen implementation of regional and continental standards protecting freedom of expression. On media organizations, we call on them, okay, so media organizations should commit ourselves to uphold the highest standards of ethical, professional, and independent journalism, strengthen editorial independence, and resist political and commercial interference, expand collaboration among media organizations for investigative journalism, safety mechanisms, and solidarity responses to attacks. Invest in digital security, newsroom safety protocols, and journalist well-being. Promote greater inclusion of women in newsroom leadership and decision-making. For civil society and media support organizations, we call for stronger regional coalitions to document, monitor, and respond to violations against journalists. Expanded legal assistance, emergency response, and protection mechanisms for journalists at risk. Greater investment in media literacy and public education to strengthen democratic resilience against disinformation while safeguarding legitimate expression. Systematic collection of gender disaggregated data to inform protection strategies. We urge development partners and the international community to sustain support for independent journalism and public interest media, legal defense and emergency protection mechanisms, digital security and newsroom resilience, investigative journalism and cross-border reporting, and exiled journalists and independent media operating under restrictive environments. Okay, so yeah, I think that's all. If there are any things, any inputs or portions we need to tweak or take out. Okay, please.
So at the end, should be adopted in Abuja on the whatever date. This day, 11th of August 2020, whatever. Now, at the media side, the call to action, the media. Yeah. No. Yes, so you see, media organizations should commit ourselves to. Here, you personalize it to yourself, as if the thing is adopted just by media organizations, but it's a broad thing. So, it's to media organizations, yes, media organizations should commit to, so that it doesn't, it's like when you want to, when you want to seal something, you can be easily exposed by one line somewhere. So.
This is a general comment. I've seen somewhere where we said vague something. This was exactly what I was saying. Let's try not to write like activists. We should be very, very, very professional. Maybe let's try to use other expressions to make this much more institutionalized. That's the first thing, and I really recommend that we try to see maximum how we can do it first. Second, we are not in ECOWAS. To be very honest with you, this is a reality. So we need to find a way, if we want this to be applied in our specific zone, we need to find a formulation. Either we said ECOWAS, AAS, and so on and so forth. Either we decide to set regional organization like ECOWAS, AAS. In that case, it works very well. If this is complicated, let's just use Africa Union, because we are all part of it, and then that is what. But since it is regional, let's try to find a way so it's very important. Yeah, I understand that we talk about the study, I think at the beginning, it's good, but it's also important while we are writing that type of document to show clearly it's not only a matter of Mali, Burkina, and Niger. Cote d'Ivoire is not better than Mali today in terms of freedom of expression, and we know it clearly, just the organized vote and everything, but many journalists are suffering. Same in Senegal. There is a type of dictatorship from PASTEF. Yeah. So what I really recommend is to be very careful when it's at that level. So tomorrow, when you guys come to Mali, I was talking about trust, building trust. Tomorrow, if you go to Mali with that type of thing, they will arrest you at the airport. But if you want to play a role of someone who can try to, to find a common ground so people talk, all that type of document will be part of the due diligence that people will do. So it's a general comment. It's not like I'm talking about a specific line, but it's a general comment for the whole document.
Thank you, Monsieur. I think the point you make particularly about the ECOWAS, and it's well noted, and making sure that it's probably more of African Union. And then, or if we have to do the ECOWAS, regional okay, even that makes it even more. But the point about the vague provisions, could you, for instance, suggest maybe an alternative? Because really, like, when you see how the laws are sometimes applied, you'd realize that because it is not really clearly defined, then it could easily be used in one instance and another. And maybe that's why we tend to say those provisions are relatively vague. But maybe as we are trying to shape this, if you could possibly, I mean, that's if you have it now. Otherwise, we'll just think about how to change it. Okay. I guess, could you just go back? Is it this one? No, I think where the repressive laws are, no, go, oh, sorry. The other slide before this. Oh, we are reading, yes. Okay, I think I can actually share it with you directly, and then you can make that suggestion so that we take it up. Thank you very much.
Yeah, please, any more inputs? Okay, so we have your consent to publish this as a communique from this conference, subject to the modifications from Monsieur Togola and from Suleiman Abraham. Okay, all right, thank you all very much. We really appreciate this. I think at this point, it's a good time to. Okay. I would like to invite Mr. Brymer.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very, very much for spending all your day with us. I think it's been quite an incredible meeting. The ideas that have come up have been very, very useful. We have highlighted the challenges that confront our region. A lot of it we are aware, but the solutions have always been the challenges. And it is only through meetings and gatherings like this, ideas being brought together in the way we've done today, that we can gradually confront the challenges facing us and hopefully be able to improve the conditions that we live in. We know that as a human society, change is constant. Improvement is a pursuit that must be constant. Otherwise, things would continue to deteriorate. Yesterday or so, I think I was reading or I heard somebody talk about, even in places like Norway, in Sweden, in Finland, which are often ranked as among the best when it comes to freedoms, when it comes to democratic governance, when it comes to media independence and all of that, every time there is still constant demand for improvement. So in all these countries, you would still find media development organizations, media activists, journalists who are craving for more and more, because society can never be perfect. And so in our context, given the issues that have been raised since morning, from the keynote speech to the presentation of the report, to the panel discussion, to the subsequent ideation sessions, and to the brief discussions that have taken place over the communique, there is everything to show that we remain committed to improving our situation. To our brothers and sisters in Mali, Burkina, and Niger, we do commend you for your courage, for your resilience, for continuing to do what is necessary to help improve our countries, despite the threats, despite the evidence that even if you are not targeted directly, your family could be targeted. It's always not been easy. We've been there before. We've been at a point where all governments in our region were military governments, with military dictators, with variations of attitudes towards media and journalism. But through some fighting, through some advocacy, through activism, we got ourselves into elected democracies. We are hearing that even in Senegal, as somebody mentioned, PASTEF is having his own ways of dealing with things. In Cote d'Ivoire, we know the government there is an elected government, but as Togola mentioned, things are not as it should be. Guinea, it's been elections. Guinea-Bissau is a military government, and my colleague Delali was based there for the last 1 year, and we know what is happening there. So even in countries where elections or governments are elected, the situation remains quite dire and require a lot of improvement. So once again, I want to thank you sincerely for your time, for your ideas, for your contribution, and I hope that it wouldn't just be a conversation that will end here. We would continue to engage, we would continue to share ideas, we would continue to be in touch with each other, all in the spirit of helping to make our region a better place for all. Once again, thank you so much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Suleiman Abraima. So just a few announcements. We'll just do a few paperwork for participants here in Nigeria and also those who had to travel from other countries to come. And then also a reminder that for our participants who lodged at the hotel, checkout is tomorrow by noon. And then regarding the communique, we'll send it around. All organizations in here or that participated in this conference will be listed as a form of acknowledgement. And then we encourage that once you receive a copy, you can also get it published or share it as much as possible. I think essentially, as my boss said, that's where we draw the curtains. Thank you all very much. Safe travels to all our participants from outside of Nigeria. And those who are in Nigeria also, thank you so much for coming, and safe drive, safe whichever mode of transportation you came in. Safe journey back home. Thank you all very much.